Hello, hello, hello. Test, test, test. Mic on, mic on. We're good with that. Hello, hello. Let me move this over. And we're good. Now I might need to turn on a few things. Hello. Camera. There we go. That's good there. That's good. That's not right. This is the camera. Cool, cool, cool. Hello, hello. Aya, how are you doing? Good to see you. As always, all love. So what I'm doing today, Divine Yard, is that we are doing a mini Let's Keep Kale Alive fund. We are doing VOD reviews. If people will want to. We are doing it only if you tip. We're doing $5 VOD reviews. If you're interested, I definitely can help out. Typically I don't charge, but again, cash is tight. And although I am hopeful for a job interview that I did go on, I didn't hear back today, and I was pretty sure I would hear back from them, which is concerning me. So I just paid a big bill for my car insurance, in case you guys don't know. My car is essentially like what costs me the most, right? I don't pay rent where I'm at, which is a blessing, and I'm still doing like really bad. But my car note is $440 a month, and my insurance is $340 a month. So amongst that alone, it's $800, right? So I just paid my insurance. So thank goodness they're not going to cancel my shit. But with that being said, I've had to start driving for Uber Eats a lot more. So I'm struggling. Let's say that. I've been trying to find ways to do more coaching, do more VOD reviews. I've been trying to find ways to give back to you guys while also finding ways for you guys to support me. Typically, I usually do VOD reviews for $10. So like that's kind of like what I'm going for, is that I'm trying to offer people ways to support me in a way that they can get something back for it. But since it's live, I was like, I'll just do it for $5. You know what I mean? So like that's what I'm thinking about now. So yeah, it's a bit stressful, and I hate to even ask for that. You know what I mean? And the reason being is like, if you guys have followed me for a while, it's always been my goal to like say like, hey, look, the things that I give to you guys, it's information. I'm not here to gatekeep it, which is why I'm trying to keep it as a means of like, you know, hey, you know, small amount, blah blah blah, and mostly it's a way for you guys to support me. You know what I mean? While getting something back for it. But yeah. Yeah, but that's why if you look at it, I have the exclamation point VOD. But maybe that was a little bit misleading. Especially since I usually have it say VOD review. But then I was like, maybe that's not clear. You know what I mean? So I changed it today. So maybe that's a little bit on me too, you know? I changed my parry button. That's going to take me some time to get used to. So I'm sorry for if that was a bit misleading. My bad. Copy, copy. So weird having that button there. Most definitely. CJ's Ribcage, how are you doing? Yeah, that was right. That's just oh, it's because in that case there, it's just too slow. I need to use a lighter version. That's why. The medium works too. So like, yeah, the biggest thing about Jamie that I've been having a problem with is maintaining like that I have drinks at certain times. And also just overlap with input. So for an example, to do Bakai is quarter circle forward kick. But he also has his DP with kick. So there are times when I walk around and I want to do Bakai. I guess that worked there. That worked there. Hello? There you go. Cool. So I've been trying to think of the input as like half circle back. But I'm having a problem where I hit the kick too early. And I'll end on the down of a forward. So what I've been doing is I've been using up as a means to make sure I get the forward. Because if I do the half circle and end on down forward, but then I hit up and kicks, it always gives me the Bakai. Because down forward and up gives me forward. What's up, Trickster? How are you doing? Agent Waves, how are you doing? Good. Good to see you. Like this. I'm all right. I had a job interview on Wednesday. Actually, you know what? I had a job interview on Monday. And the interview for Monday and Wednesday was for the same company, but a different branch, right? So to give you an idea, there's a company in the US called Walgreens, which is like the rival to the company I used to work for, CVS. And so it's like, okay, I could do that job, right? Easy. So I put out like 5 applications for that company for different stores. So I made the appointment to go see them on Monday. And on my way there, I got a call from a different store for Wednesday. Cool. So I did the interview, and I don't think it went well. But at the end of the interview, she's like, did you apply to other stores? I'm like, yeah. And I told her, I'm like, yeah, I got a call from another store on my way here. She's like, which store? And I told her. And then she's like, oh, I just talked to him. He didn't say anything. But I got like a really weird vibe from the first interview, right? Like, I kind of feel like she was trying to grill me. And she was. I get that. But like, we're stocking shelves. Relax, you know what I mean? Like, so I went to the interview. So I told her, she had asked me, which would you rather do? And I said I would prefer the role that I'm going for on Wednesday. I think that's more me, and I do think it offers full time. But I would be glad to work for you if that doesn't work out. You know, I still think I would be great at the store here. But you asked me, I'm going to be honest about it. So she's like, go do that one. I'll get in touch with you on Thursday. Cool. So I went for the interview on Wednesday. And the moment that I like talked to him, I was like, oh my God, this guy is nice as hell. He was just cool. You know what I mean? So I felt very relaxed and loose. And And I thought we did well. I thought we hit it off. I thought that I would be a good fit there. The job title was something different than I thought it would be, but even still, I thought I would do well. The manager there, I told him, I said, hey, look, I'm going to be honest. I'm hopeful I hear back. Not just because I would like the job, but I would like to work for you. I think we vibe in a lot of ways in the sense of like how we look at business. And ultimately, like, I'm here to make you some money. He introduced me to the staff. You know what I mean? He took me into the back room. You know what I mean? Like, he took me to the stock room. You know, like, he walked the store with me. Like, I had like a really good vibe from it. I thought, I was like, oh yeah, I'm going to get this. And I haven't been told to no yet, but I kind of assumed I would hear from him today. And I'm a little disappointed I didn't hear back, not only from the first store, but from the second store. And I was like, oh no, like, this could be bad because, you know, kind of, you know, to give you guys an idea, it's like, I've always like squirreled away some cash here and there. What's up? Hey, what's up, lovely? How are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Always good to see you. Like, I've squirreled away cash here and there. You know, to give you an idea, I've talked about this. I do have like a lewd site, which doesn't bring in a lot of cash, but over the last like year and a half or so, you know, it's a little bit of change that I wanted to hold on to so I can get face laser. And that was like my goal. Like, I was like, I'm not gonna touch this cash, right? I'm gonna hold on to this cash here. No matter what, do whatever you can to not touch this cash because this is important to you. This would make you happy. I'm gonna start crying. Oh my god, I'm gonna start crying. But like it sucked so much that I had to go into that fund. I wiped it out because, you know, shit is dire now. So that's why I've been trying to drive for Uber Eats more, and that's kept me afloat. But like, you know, that like hurt. So that's why I'm like hoping to hear back from this job. It would solve so many problems that I have now. And yeah, like, I was hoping to hear today. So I think I'm going to give them a call tomorrow. If not, I'm going to go back to the drawing board, get back to it, keep driving for DoorDash, keep trying to pump out the fact that, chat, if you don't know, I do offer coaching. I'm going to be doing this shit all today. If you guys want to be coached by me in Street Fighter, I know bread is hard to come by. I know. I am not asking you to go out of your pocket to spend more cash than you have. That's why I have 3 levels. If you guys want to get some kind of help one-on-one outside of just a stream. On stream, I will always give you guys help if you have a question or so, blah, blah, blah. Today, we are doing $5 VOD reviews. If you guys want me to watch a set, I will watch it. I will give you advice. But outside of it, if you guys want to help out, the $50 one is the best way to go to. You get an hour of my time. I'm going to be talking about that a lot today. And again, I know it's probably annoying to hear, but that's what I'm saying, right? Because YouTube helps, but YouTube fucked me. YouTube fucked me real bad, like, because I was assuming I would get paid on the 21st. I did not get paid on the 21st. The reason being is because I didn't hit the threshold for the month. Now, I hit the threshold for the next month. So I'm expecting to get 2 months worth, but like, I need that cash now. You know what I mean? That shit sucks. So I got fucked. So I don't earn much on YouTube and Twitch. To give you guys an idea, it's somewhere around $200 to $300 per month. About $100 per channel, depending on how much you guys are generous. You know what I mean? And I don't even like to talk about these kind of things, but one thing I'm very proud of is that I'm very honest and real with you guys, you know? What's up, Kale? Just waiting to hear back after interviews suck so bad, especially when it feels like you did well. I am very hopeful that I'll hear back. In fact, I'm pretty confident that I'll hear back because I do that interview was the best one I've ever had, right? Like not only did I do well, not only did I vibe with them, but like I was there for an hour, right? I was there for a whole hour doing an interview. It's like every interview that I've had has been 10 minutes tops. I was talking to that person for an hour. So I'm feeling very good about that. It's just the not knowing. It's frustrating because I was on unemployment all these months, but they have a time frame where it's like, okay, after 6 months, you're done. But like, what the fuck? You know what I mean? Like if I had rent to pay, like what the fuck? I'd be on the streets. You know what I mean? So that shit sucks. And I don't think that I understand. Like I understand it in some ways, but I'll tell you guys a statistic. Not a statistic. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, guys. I heard this person say once, he was doing a TED talk, and he said, do you guys know the cause of poverty? And like, chat, what do you guys feel like is the cause of poverty? What do you think is like the number one cause of being in poverty? And like, you would be surprised what that one is. It's easy to understand, but people overlook it. Well, ultimately, yes. Right? Ultimately, yes. But that's not the answer. No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. That's not the answer I was trying to give, but yeah, in some ways. The reason why people are in poverty is because they don't have money. That's the only reason a person is impoverished, because they don't have some money. And I know that sounds dumb, right? If you're poor, just get money for real. Yeah, but like that's but that's the point. Everyone says like, well, there has to be a reason they're in poverty. They're in poverty because they don't have cash. And when you look at it through that lens, you start to look at poverty as different, right? I'll give you a prime example. I work for CVS, which is a retail place, right? And I was in charge of the general merchandise, right? That's drinks, snacks, food, the cookies and crackers, the candy, the warm drinks, the juice, the water. I'm talking about the laundry. I'm talking about the household, the party, hardware, candles. I was also in charge of the front stuff, right? And I remember, and I knew the prices, right? I had a coworker of mine. She was buying 2 rolls of toilet tissue, right? It wasn't a pack of 2. It was 2 single rolls. Those were $1 each, right? And I said to her, why would you buy the 2 rolls? You can get a 12 roll for $6. It's on sale. And she looked down at me and she says, because I don't have the $6. And I said, that's bullshit. So wait a minute. You're paying more per roll because you don't have money. And because you don't have cash to save the money, you're going to pay more. It costs more to be poor. So I gave her the $6. You know what I mean? It's like to buy the 12 roll, you're paying 50 cents per roll. But if you don't have the $6, you're paying $1 per roll. That's bullshit. Like, how is that fair? That's bullshit. How does it cost more to have less cash? It doesn't make sense. And what this TED Talk guy said was, people think because you make bad decisions, you're poor. And he said that is not factoring in the fact that when you're poor, you make bad decisions, right? And he says, I'll explain. He talked about farmers. He's like, typically, farmers have a crop that they like, that they farm. And there's like a harvest that they'll will have once a year, right? And if that crop fails, if the harvest doesn't go well, they don't have money, right? We see this in the US when like trade fucking sucks and like people don't buy the crop, the government has to come in to subsidize and to bail out those farms because those farms will go bankrupt, right? And he said more so they did an IQ test on a farmer right before the harvest and right after the harvest. And what they found was right before the harvest, their IQ dropped. And after the harvest, their IQ went back up. And the drop in IQ before the harvest was akin to being drunk. Right? So he said that when you are concerned and scared because of money, it affects you. It affects how you like look at life. And he's like, it's almost like they were drunk. That's how much of their IQ dropped. And I understand that because I've been dissecting that myself, that I've seen my depression has been bad because of the insecurity of not having cash. And that sucks, right? And I don't think anyone should have to go through that. Also, stuff like dental care. If you get a cavity, you can't pay the $250 or whatever to get it fixed. It's a root canal. Yup. My teeth are fucked up. Absolutely, because I should have gotten braces. So my teeth overlap, right? So because of that, it's hard to take care of. So I don't have a health insurance. So I actually do need to go for a cleaning. I need to go for probably some cavities because I do have some pain here. I just don't have the cash for it, right? I could use my health savings account, but like, you know, I have that there in case shit goes bad. You know what I mean? But that's how all this shit is, right? Because you're afraid of the bill because of like your health care. You don't go for things that ail you. You guys have known I've had a shoulder pain for like the last almost 3 weeks now, right? And it's been okay, but the more I sit down, the more it flares up, right? It might be this chair because I haven't had any problems all day, and now I can just feel it, right? But yeah. So I say all of this not to like, chat, I never want you guys to feel like I'm trying to beg for money. That's always why I never try to monetize. That's why I don't talk about merch. That's why I don't talk about the like, I've been asked for 3 years to do coaching, right? And I should have done so a while ago. But I'm always like, they'll just watch my videos and stuff, right? That's good enough. And I always felt icky about it. And I still do. You know what I mean? Daily shootings, high prices, and racism. I'm moving. I wish I could move. I really wish I could move. But the US is an infection of this world, you know? But, Kale, London arc? That would be cool. But y'all are wild, yo. Y'all are wild because it's like diet US. I see how y'all talk about like brown folk, yo. I don't like that shit. Just sneak into a cargo ship. Facts. I've always thought about trying to move to Canada. Whereas like I know shit's not it's not like the best there, you know what I mean? But it has to be better than here. But like I'm gonna be 100%. I'm from New York. So I'm from Long Island, so I don't get the luxury of being under Mamdani. but Mamdani and what he's doing brings me hope that the world could be better, right? It brings me hope that hopefully that the world can be better. New York, hey, New York, hey, go fuck yourself. He's goated. Are you gonna do a watch party for Evo? Probably not. And I would love to, but I have to. I usually go see my mom on the weekends, and although I could skip it, and it would be fine. I'm gonna see if I can get my mom to hopefully help me out with like my car because I need to get my car inspected. Rochester. Some New Yorkers would say that's not really New York, but like I think it is. You're from the Midwest, so it's like, oops, sorry, I was walking your way. I'm sorry about that, buddy. That's what I would hope for, right? Nux lives there. Nux is not doing so good, and I'm glad to hear that, yo. I'm so glad to hear that. I am so glad to hear he is having a bad time. That, oh my god, that Nux is some like right-wing agitator VTuber. It's like, oh my god, like, do you know how much of a loser you gotta be to be a right-winged grifter VTuber? Like, what the fuck are we doing? Like, that's the shit I'm talking about. Like I'm gonna be real, chat. Right? I'm non-binary. By the way, that bot, I forgot to get rid of the enter a message over on YouTube, right? So like being non-binary is trans, right? I want you guys to like understand that if you are not cisgender, you're transgender, right? And all that means is that your sex is not aligned with your gender, right? Cis means on the same side of, trans mean opposite, right? Against. You know what I mean? Which is why when people talk about gender, they get caught up in words and they don't even know what the words mean, right? So it's like when a person says, I'm transgender, like all that means is that they're not cis. And the word trans just means opposite side of. And it's dumb because we use that word all the time. Transfer, right? From one place to the other side of it, right? Like transit. You're going from one place to the other. Trans, right? It makes sense. Transatlantic, right? Means opposite side of the Atlantic Ocean. So when people hear trans, they think, oh, I was born male. I now want to live as a woman, right? I am non-binary, which means I'm somewhere in the middle, either both or none. I'm not sure yet. You know what I mean? So that's why there's sometimes I present a little bit feminine. There's sometimes I present masculine. And there's sometimes where I look a little bit in between, like today. The reason why I say that, right, is because when Donald Trump was elected, I was very scared for people that were out, right? And here I am, like in the closet still. And even though it didn't affect how I presented, I'm sure if you guys go back to my streams and such, you would see like I looked a little I'm sure you guys understood there was something there, right? But like it would be cowardice of me to see my friends who were like trans women like with a crosshair on them. And then here I am, like them, hiding behind my masculinity. You know what I mean? So I wanted to make sure that it was clear. Hey, no, this is who I am. You know what I mean? So that's why I went out of my way to come out, because I'm no coward, you know. Now, where I end up, I'm not sure. You know, am I on the trans woman pipeline? You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't think so. But right now, this feels like me. So I say all of that to say, how much of a coward do you have to be a right-winged, grifting, racist, homophobe, transphobe, VTuber? It's like, if you're going to have your beliefs, say it with your whole chest. Why do you need a label? You're just you. I agree with that, right? I definitely do. I think that a perfect world would be one without labels that mattered, but also a sense of pride with what you viewed yourself as, right? Which is why when a person goes, "Are you sure you're not a trans woman?" I go, "I don't, it doesn't feel right either. I'm just Kale." I've always kind of said that. You know what I mean? I'm just me. So I vibe with that. But when there are people that are denying others the rights and the existence that come with the categorization, I think it's important to make sure that we have that label. Does that make sense? To be clear, Johnny, trans women are women, right? And they should get everything that comes with being a woman, right? But people will deny them that because they say that they're not women. Well, that's why the classification is important, right? I don't think they've ever believed in what they preach. They just find a niche that's already a bunch of parasites. There's a popular thing that that leftist content creator Hassan Piker says. He said you cannot grift to the left. Like, there's no cash in it. There's no benefit for it. Like, yeah, like you can, but it's not like when you grift to the right. When you grift to the right, oh my God, they throw so much cash into it. So much so that, like, they'll lie and say it's the left, it's all that cash, blah, 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 but like, it's the right. So there's no shock to me that you have all these people like Aiden Ross, XQC, Sneeko, who else? You know, like we had talked about, like Nux, you know what I mean? You have all these people that have changed their views because there's cash in going to the right. A grifter is a person that essentially is trying to con using a I don't want to say side, right? But like, it's like saying, like, for an example, it would be like me saying, like, I don't believe in restricting gay rights, but people will pay me to say it. Does that make sense? Right? So if you pay me to say that, then I'll say it, right? And I will live it. This is now my side, blah, blah, blah. Right? So it's because there's a benefit and I'm going to get paid for it, and people will back me, and that group will be all about me. You know what I mean? But yes, that it means that they're fake, but the grift means that there's some kind of benefit, right? Industry plant, not really. It's more so, it's less of it being a plant, but more so that, like, you do it to gain the trust of that. So instead of a person coming to you and saying, we're going to give you this cash, it's like, oh, I'm going to do this knowing that people will come to me. Tired of seeing all of this culture war? bullshit. It's so funny that you say that. Give me a second, chat. I just need to turn off my AC. Give me one moment. But I'll go more into that. Sorry. I'm back. Sorry. Yeah, no, the fact that you say that shit is important because if we look at the right, you see it happen in real time. You see it. It's like when people say the left and the right, they're two sides of the same coin. Except one side is saying, hey, we want equal rights for everyone. We want people to not be on the streets. We want everyone to have health care. We want everyone to have their voting rights. We want cash to be spent in the country and not for bombs across the world. We want the richest of the rich to pay their fair share. Like, I feel like if I were to say that to anyone in the world, anyone in the country, if I were to say that, I would say like, hey, do you think you should have to pay for health care? No one else in the world pays as much as us. People would agree on that. But the moment I say the left is trying to do that for you, they go, oh my God, the woke agenda. You know what I mean? It's so stupid. It's so dumb. And it's so bad for like them. But then you have the other side that openly lies, but they're like, we should go to war. And it's like, it's their job to sell that. So when they say things like it's two sides of the same coin, it's like, no, there's one side that's saying we should stop trying to send 100 billion for bombs and have it spent here, right? We're saying don't cut the healthcare, right? Don't cut food assistance. In fact, expand upon it. And the other side is saying cut it. So it's not the same coin. It's not. And you see it in real time because when you actually have those points of views, look at what they say. The moment you say that up, oh, that's rich trying to come from a person that wants to have men in women's sports. You're like, what? What the fuck? So it's like so weird the fact that like I'm not saying you, but like people will say things like culture war bullshit. It's like there's one side who's doing it and the other side is trying to defend. You know what I mean? And it sucks to see. It fucking sucks to see. Because one side is just like, yeah, we don't think you should have to pay so much for healthcare. I remember this one time I had a panic attack so bad, and it was the first one that I ever had. I could not feel my fingers. I couldn't feel my legs. It was horrible. I was scared. I cried. I was like, oh my God, blah, blah, blah. And I called 911. And when the ambulance came, they were like, we don't think you're having like a stroke or a heart attack or something. It sounds like a panic attack. And I'm like, no, that can't be it. Like I couldn't feel my arms and legs, you know? I took that ride. They took me in. They did all these tests. And the guy's like, you're fine. And nothing happened. They didn't do much of tests. They didn't do shit. But I got a $1,500 ambulance bill that I still haven't paid that's gone to collections. I can't pay that. Why the fuck do I have to pay that? What? $1,500? It's crazy. So it's like one side is saying you shouldn't have to pay that much cash to go to the hospital. The other side is saying, like, oh my God, like you just want everything for free. Yes. Yeah, it's so insane. Why would anyone want that for someone, Drac? Why would anyone ever want that for someone? And there's one side that's saying that's fine. The other side is saying that's inexcusable. I'm not like when a person says Kale, you're on the far left. No, I'm not. I am not on the far left. I am maximum left. The most left you can go, I'm there. Like fucking hell. So you think everything should be free? Yes, destroy all money. No more cash. Fuck it. No profits, no money, no nothing. So I should work for free. Yes. So how do I pay for food and housing and such? You work. You just don't pay for it with food, with money. You should have your needs provided for doing work for the society. I think that's fair. There is more than enough work. I think I told this on stream once, but when I worked for CVS, right? I had this conversation with a coworker of mine who was definitely not as left as me. And we looked at the floors, and the floors were disgusting. We had a carpet, and we both knew that we had to vacuum it, but we were just short-staffed. There was other tasks that had to be done. And I said, if only we had someone to do this. And they said, we can't afford to pay a person more to work. And I said, we shouldn't have to pay them, right? And he's like, oh, so a person should just work for free? I said, if the carpet has to be cleaned, someone should come and do it. They should have their needs met because they did the work. And he's like, so wait a minute. You think a person coming in to clean the carpet is enough to pay their rent? Why not? It's like, fine, they go around and they do it for a few stores. But why is that enough? It's work that has to get done. It keeps us safe, keeps us healthy. Chat, I used to break out so much, and I didn't even think about it until now. I would break out so bad, and I never thought about it. It was the carpet at my job, because I went to get a test done. I'm allergic to dust. It makes me break the fuck out, right? And since I haven't worked for that place, clear skin. No breakouts at all. Oh my goodness. I was miserable because I broke the fuck out all the time. So he couldn't understand that idea. I said, there is more than enough people who need work. There is more than enough hands to do the work. I said, to my friend, I go, what aisles are you in charge of? He's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I said, you're in charge of so much. Why don't we have 6 people in charge of each aisle? He's like, so you think a person should just be in charge of the one aisle and that's it? Yeah, there's more than enough people to do the job. And it's part of society. People need to come into our store to buy things for their health and for their food, right? We would change it up because these things you would just have, but maybe they come in just to get it. And he couldn't wrap his head around it because we've been taught if you don't work 40 hours a week in a job that you find valuable, then you shouldn't get paid a living wage. He couldn't understand that. Now, I believe if you work any job for 40 hours a week, you should make enough to pay your rent, pay for food, pay for healthcare, pay for childcare. And if you think that's too much, then maybe those things cost too much. Don't you pay taxes? Taxes? I need to go get a drink. You can hear my voice. It's fucking hoarse. Give me 2 seconds. I'm sorry, chat. Why don't you choose a government that makes a tax spending plan that includes healthcare? Well, the problem is Nebteth? Nebtet? Hopefully I'm saying your name right. I don't know where you're from, but America is not that. America is not that at all. What about the CEOs? They also have a right to a third yacht and a new mansion. Ugh. Oh, that's good. Oh, that's good. God damn. Oh, yeah. Fair. I didn't see the rhetorical question. We pay billions for healthcare and defense and 200 million for education, which is why teachers pay for their class supplies. Yeah, no, when I worked for CVS, I used to get so mad. I would ring up teachers, and like whenever I would see like a bunch of school supplies, I would go, "Are you a teacher or a mother?" And they're like, "A teacher," and I go, "I know this is not my place to say, but it's disgusting that you have to pay for it. Are you getting paid back for it?" They're like, "No." I'm like, that's bullshit. And they're like, "Yeah, well, it is what it is." I'm like, "No, fucking hell." The thing is, right, is that guess we're talking about like world events and shit today, right? This is good because I didn't even I didn't want to play this game anyway, right? The thing that I find fascinating is the fact that people have been brainwashed. I don't want to say that phrase, but like MAGA is a cult, right? That's like clear as day. But like they've been brainwashed the fact that they don't deserve good things in their life. It's so insane. I've never seen their peasant brain. They're just like, "Oh, my lord, have sex with me wife. Please, it's all yours, my lord. I just want," you know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like, I have thought so much, chat, about doing political content. And the reason why I don't is that I'm afraid of the backlash, right? I'm soft, right? I'm soft as shit. So like, then I thought maybe I can get into local politics, right? I would love to do that. I hit up Zoran Mamdani when he was running because I wanted to talk about the corporate waste. And I still think that's a good idea. I wish I could have a conversation with him, because when we talk about money for the people, and when we talk about the top having more than the bottom and them paying their fair share, part of it comes to the fact that like it's not about how much you make, it's about how much you save. So to give you an idea, I don't even think I still have those. Give me a second, chat. I think I might still have the photos, right? Fuck, maybe not, because I got a new phone. Shit. Let me see. I'm gonna type in milk. I remember when I worked for CVS, we took in milk, right? And we had a vendor that would deliver the milk. And CVS has an agreement, found it, right? CVS has an agreement that they will buy the milk from the company, and whatever they don't sell, they will get that cash back, right? I might need to flip. Actually, I can just do it, right? You guys should be able to see it still. Whatever CVS didn't sell, the company would give them back the difference, right? So CVS said that they have to have a full shelf because it looks good, right? So let's say, for an example, the company bought 24 gallons of whole milk. But out of the 24, they only sold 12, right? If the 12 was going to go bad, the company that sold us the milk would pay us for the 12 that was going to go bad, right? So CVS never lost cash. But the 12 milks would go to the trash. So the company didn't care because they got paid for it. There was no loss. But I'm vegan, right? So I don't drink cow's milk. I don't think it's right because the system exploits the cows. So I don't drink a cow's milk. But if you're going to, if I'm not going to say that you should be vegan, but if you're going to drink milk, I assume you think that the exploitation from that cow, the milk shouldn't go to the fucking trash, right? It would be like we kill the cow to get the meat, but we didn't sell the meat, so we threw the meat away. Well, what the fuck did the cow die for, right? I think we can all agree that that's wrong. So I would cause such fucking like shits because I'm like, this milk is going bad. We should stop buying so much milk from the company. And my boss would say, but we don't lose cash. And I go, but it's going to trash. So I got mad. And this one day I took a photo of all the milk we were going to throw away, right? Look at how much fucking milk we threw away in one go. Look how much fucking milk went to trash that could have gone to people in need. Like, that's nonsense. That's 6. That's 18 gallons of milk and 11 half gallons. What the fuck are we doing? Now, you might say, well, Kale, you know, how often did that happen? It happened once a week. And I am 1 out of 9,000 stores. So the question is, how much milk is CVS alone throwing away? You know what I mean? Like, and I would think that respectfully, it should be against the fucking law to run a business in that way. So I emailed him and I said, there's 3 ways that we could do this because that milk could have gone to someone who needs milk. 1, we should make it not profitable to throw the milk away. 2, we should make it break even and put that milk to good use. 3, we should make it incentivized to not do that, right? So let's say if you donate, you get some kind of like tax exemption, right? Or maybe the city could just buy the milk at cost, right? So they don't lose it, but like you could report to the city or like the town or whatever, and you go, hey, in a week I got milk that I don't think I'm gonna sell through. You know, I got 5 gallons. You know what I mean? Do you want to buy it? And then someone could come by and buy it and blah, 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 right? Or it should be a fucking against the law to do that shit. Would you get fired for just giving away? Absolutely. Absolutely. And the reason is that they would assume that maybe I was doing something to force it to not be sold. Meaning it was against the rules for me to hoard things that are about to go on for clearance. So to give you an idea, let's say the 4th of July is about to happen now, right? And we would have stuff for the 4th. After the 4th is done, it would go down for markdown. It would start off at 50%, then for 75, and rarely did it ever go for 90, right? But, you know, blah, blah, blah. There might be times where it would. It would be against the rules for me to say, I want to buy this stuff, but I don't want to buy it for half price. I don't want to buy it for full price. I'm going to hide it and wait for it to go for 75 off, right? It was against the rules for me. Let's say for an example, I get like a box of like chips, right? And when I open the box of chips, one of the bags opened up, right? Well, that has to go to trash now, right? It would be against the rules of my store to give it to a coworker of mine, right? Because the company would go, there's a line here where we're afraid that people might just open the bag, go, whoops, I guess I have to eat it now. You know what I mean? So like, that's why they do, but that's why they did that. Now, CVS did partner with a donation drive where it's like food and like non-food stuff could be donated. But I've never seen anyone do it. Why is that? Because it costs too much. We didn't have the staff to prepare all the stuff, and no one knew how to call in to have them come pick it up, and no one cared enough to do it. So my point is, there is so much food that goes to waste that we should find ways to put that in the hands of those who need, right? The second thing is that I get a lot of clothes from Shein, right? It's cheap fucking clothes. This shirt is from there. It's one of my favorite shirts, but it's cheap, right? It's fucking thin as shit, right? They have a policy that you can do a return and it's free. Here's the thing. Most of these spots that you go to that allow you to return things with no like fee or anything, shit just goes to trash. Most clothes that you return go to trash. They can't resell that shit. They don't. Everyone thinks that they wash them, right? No, it ends up in a landfill. But you get your cash back. So what I'm saying is, like, there should be laws on the books saying that a company should not engage in those kind of things. If there is a return and it could be sold again or given to someone, then it should. Let me see. I watched this. Yes. To give you an insight, one of the things I wanted to talk about today is about tier lists. Actually, that was one of the things I was going to talk about. Give me a second to pull up. I actually have a folder here for tier lists I was going to go over today. But yeah, I agree with Juri's placement on the tier list. But we'll start to what's the word? Not transit. We'll start to transition to talking about that in a second. But yeah, no, it's fine. I agree with it. My take on tier lists is that they're like, you know, as long as it has a vague idea, it's like, you can convince me. I don't really care either way. So I would love to work for local government. But I think I would get frustrated with I think I would get frustrated with the ins and outs of things. You know what I mean? Actually enjoying the conversation. I do that stuff all the time, like a podcast. Yeah. Like, I'm probably not going to do it yet. I still have a lot of things to say about it, but like, you know, we'll start to transition to it eventually. I believe. All right. I want you guys to think about this. Do you remember the moment in your life where you realized that you are not the only person in the world? I do. I remember the exact moment, and it washed over me in such a impactful way. I was a kid. I was very young. If I was 2 or 3, I would not be surprised. But this is how much of a, like, oh shit. I remember being in the back of my grandmother's car, and I remember I was in the back seat. I was standing on the back seat. I was watching as she drove and as the world went by. And she parked, and I sat there in the car, because you could do that back then, right? Kids were allowed just to sit in the car and shit, right? I remember just watching the world go by. And this idea of just like, they're just like me. Everyone out there is just like me. And now I'm like, they think too. You know, like if I'm not here, they still exist. And I remember it being like a scary thing. This like idea of just like, oh my God. Right? Like everyone is, you know what I mean? You thought you were gonna die? Oh no, I don't want that. Drac, I want a world in which you don't feel like you are going to die from being in spaces and shit. I'm sorry. And if you ever have kids, I don't want your kids to go through that either. But the reason why I say that is because that memory sticks with me so much. Right? It sticks with me so much because as an adult, we have forces out there that dehumanize everyone else, that will treat others like they're not human. So I'm trying not to get emotional about this, right? I'm trying my best. It's like, I don't know how much I could say. Like, you know, I'm a small streamer, so it's like, I doubt fucking Twitch will care if I say these kind of things, right? But like, I think about this every time a bomb is dropped. People will justify it. And I'm just like, I don't care. Why? Because I think about it from my youth, right? I'm like, they all had dreams and hopes for their life too. And I think that it's a very scary thing to think about. And most of us are blessed enough to not have to be afraid that at any second, the light turns off, the dreams stop, the hopes stop, the love that we have for each other stops, everything stops, the light turns the fuck off. But that's what we do with our tax dollars. And that's a very easy thing for me to say that I think most people will understand. I don't give a shit why we drop the bombs. I don't give a shit in retribution. I don't. Someone has to stop the wheel, right? There has to be some end to the turning of the wheel. And we dropped the bombs, and we're sitting here going, it wasn't our bombs. It probably was their bombs. But, like, those were fucking girls in a school that fucking died with our tax dollars, all because our president probably is a pedophile, right? And it's like, it kills me. It's like, I don't care why. Y'all don't feel anything from that? But it's not even just something so clear. most of us don't understand what it's like to be starving. We talk about the word as, oh, I'm starving. No, no, no. We don't know what it's like to fucking starve. Why would you want that for anyone? And we could stop that. It is very ironic and beautiful in some ways. The fact that the more that the United States government pulls away from funding things that help other nations, it comes back to fuck us over. A clear example is, I think it's called the screwworm, right? The screwworm maggot. There's an outbreak in Texas of a type of maggot that eats away at the flesh of cows and like all kinds of flesh, right? And we didn't have a problem with the screwworm for years. Who could have seen that happen? Right? Who could have thought, right? The world is crazy. The crazy things that happen. Well, the United States cut funding for research into the mating habits of certain flies. Right? We cut the funding for that. Why should we do that for some shit from some place that's not from here? Guess what that was for? That led to an outbreak of screwworm, right? It's so stupid that we fucking don't understand that sickness abroad is sickness here. If there is disease in some, not my words, it's their words. If there's a disease in some shithole nation, who cares? It's not here, right? Except the world is small now. We have fucking planes. So yeah, a person might go on vacation or trip or missionary work to these shithole places, get sick, bring it back here. We saw this shit with fucking, what was that fucking, that shit from the boats, with the rats? Fuck. There was some kind of fucking, like, flu outbreak or some shit. And, like, we saw that shit, and, like, if you're sick over there, Hanta, yes, right? If you're sick there, you're gonna be sick here. 100%. We see that shit with COVID easily. It doesn't just stay in one place. So people say shit like, why should we fund condoms for like African nations? Well, because it stops the spread of HIV. Well, who cares if it's there? Because it'll come here. Dumbass. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, people do go to visit those nations. It's so stupid. If all of the money is spent the way that some place, I won't say out loud, receives billions that they, if all the money is spent that way, how will blah, blah, receive the bill? Yeah, that's the joke, right? That's the joke. You know, I would love to live in a world where this will sound really colonialness of me, right? Yeah, that's the word, right? Of me. But like, I can't see myself ever wanting to live in Africa, right? Because it's not like here. I'm used to living here, right? I can't see myself doing that. I can't see myself living in a place like India or Pakistan, anywhere else, right? I can see myself living in like England. I can see myself living in like Germany, maybe Russia, China, Japan, Australia. Like there's a level of like First Nation, you know what I mean? That like I could see myself living, right? And that's I understand to myself. I feel icky saying that, right? But the reason why I say that is that I want Africa to, this sounds like a fucked up like thing to say. I want Africa to be a more desirable place that people want to go and live at. Right? Maybe that's just my first world spoiled brat view of myself, right? But what I'm saying is that I want every place in the world be a place that people want to live in. There's more than enough space to do it. And we should solve the problems that come with the climate. We should solve the problems that come with being there. There's more than enough space. There's more than enough work. But I also recognize that that's the spoiled brat in me. That's like every place should be the West. And I wish I didn't feel that way. But what I'm saying is I want everyone to come up. You know what I mean? I want everyone to be good. I want everyone to have a life that they can experience the max of their life. You know what I mean? And there's more than enough cash for it. In a perfect world, if there was a way for me to like snap my finger, right? And say everyone in the whole world has to drop their defense. No more spending on defense because there's no need for it anymore, right? The whole world would be better. African countries really went from colonialism to rampant corruption and foreign companies settling in and taking their resources. I don't believe that it should be a nation's resources, right? I believe that if it came from the earth, it should be for the good of the earth. Earth as in like all of us. But I recognize that that's in a utopian world that just doesn't exist now. I recognize that. It's frustrating. Like, I feel that the needs of everyone should get met first, and then we could talk about the luxuries of things. There should be no one on Earth that is water insecure. No one. But we're burning water away for AI. You know what I mean? It's like that to me is, you know, I'm sure you guys know, I am not Christian. I do not believe in God. You know, nor do I care for a lot of the values of the Bible. But one of the things that I do appreciate about the Bible is the story of the sheep and the goats. Jesus essentially is saying to people, you know, when the time comes, you know, we are going to split the world into two, the sheep and the goats. And the sheep will go to heaven, the goats will go to hell. And he explains. He's like, the sheep will go to heaven. He's like, you guys here will go to heaven because you guys are sheep. They're like, why? And he's like, Because when I was hungry, you gave me food. When I was sick, you took care of me. When I was thirsty, you gave me water. When I was in prison, you came to visit me. And when I was a stranger, you accepted me in as your own. And the people said, but Jesus, we didn't do those things for you. And he says, what you've done to the least of my brothers and sisters, you've done for me. And he says the same thing back to the goats. You guys are going to go to hell, blah, blah, blah. Well, why, Jesus? He's like, because when I was hungry, you did not give me food. When I was thirsty, you did not give me anything to drink. When I was sick, when I was in prison, when I was a stranger, blah, blah, blah. And they said, but Jesus, we didn't do those things. He says, what you've done to the least of my brothers and sisters, you've done to me. That to me, the Bible, that's everything. That's I don't give a shit about anything. I don't care about it's wrong to be gay, blah, blah, blah. I don't care about anything else. The fact that Jesus said, this is how you get into heaven. This is how you go to hell. It's very clear, right? And it blows my mind that we have these fucking, like, people who in the name of God drop bombs, take food out of everyone's mouths, take water out of everyone's mouth, cut their health care, put everyone in prison, and do not allow strangers into their land as their own. This administration is the administration of the goats. Literally, they cut food. They are hoarding the water for AI. They are putting people in jail for no reason. They are cutting health care. And they're not accepting the strangers into their land. That literally is everything Christ said would send you to hell. So we need to make sure everyone can eat, everyone can drink, everyone has healthy health care. I don't believe in the jail thing, right? I believe Christ believed in jail. I don't believe in jails, right? And fucking, it's just an imaginary line on a fucking map. I don't believe in borders. It's bullshit. Someone's bare minimum is someone else's luxury. It's crazy. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to explain the most real shit, chat. If we found out that the components of the iPhone, right? Everything that went into the iPhone, the components of that could go into personal drinking water creators, right? That, like, if you take the components of the iPhone and you changed it up, we can create drinkable water for the whole world. And all it would take is an iPhone, right? You break it down, blah, blah, blah. I think Apple would refuse to do it, and they would continue to sell the iPhone. Now, there are things that you need to mine, and there's resources that you need to build an iPhone. I believe Apple would go out of their ways to make sure that you could not do that. They have to sell their phone. Apple has to sell their phones, and that's more important than to make sure people can drink some water. I honestly believe that. And I know that's true because Apple could make a phone that lasts for 10 years, but they go by plan obsoleteness. They're going to make water. Yo, facts, right? And they're going to charge you for it. It's insane to me. It blows my mind that Christians are capitalists. You're telling me that God made, in the book, that's what it said, the heavens and the earth, the skies and the sea, the water and the lands. And you're telling me you have the right to deny someone on Earth that? I Water Pro, $10 a month. Facts. It's insane to me. You can't be capitalist and a Christian. Impossible. Blows my mind. So, I would like to live in a world where people, and I'm saying this from a sense of privilege, because here I am, broke as shit, right? And I'm still live on Twitch, you know what I mean? In a house where I can like go to and live. There is a sense of privilege when it comes to that. But like, I would like to live in a world where people don't feel like me. Because as I drove today, I saw a man on the side of the road. And yeah, he had a sign saying he'll clean your windows for a few bucks. And I get scared. I'm like, I hope that's never me. Right? I won't be there. I will not be that person. I will not be on Earth if that happens. Right? And it's like, it should be against the law for a government to allow homelessness. It should be against the law. And when I say that, people say things like, oh, so you want to lock them up. No. The government should say, you don't have a place to stay. We have a place for you. It should be against the law for the government to turn a blind eye to those who don't have a place to stay. Let me show you something, chat. Let me see if I could do this without doxing myself. I'm going to pull up Google Maps. I do not need AI for that. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, cool. And I want Street View here. Oh my god, it shows inside the fucking mall? Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Zoom the fuck out. So, here we go. Cool. Copy. Oh my god, this fucking, this shit's old as fuck. God damn. How the fuck do I get around? Alright. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. That's not the Broadway Mall. Sorry, give me a second shot. It's important that I show this. Where's the 3D view? Street view. Here we go. How do I get the street view? Hello? How do I do street view on layers? Or street view. Ah, okay. Hold on. I think we're good. I guess this is good enough, right? Have a good stream. Thank you for thank you for being here. You know what it is, Chicken? We got to talking, and this was just more important. You know what I mean? To be 100% honest. Is there a way? Oh, here it is. Street view. Cool. Okay, cool. Copy. So peep it, chat. So, oh my god, I just had it. So this is a mall that's near me, right? And this is the perfect shot, right? right? This place here, this used to be a Macy's, right? And this has not been in business, I think, for like 15 years, right? This has not been in business for over 15 years. In fact, let me see. When did Macy's in... Oh, so 2020. Feels like so much longer. Even still, that's a long time, right? Permanently closed, blah, blah, blah. Officially shut its doors the end of February. That's at least that's going. Yeah, okay. So it feels like so much longer. Holy shit. But my point is, you're telling me that this piece of land can sit here, and like this is fucking big too, right? So like, when we go around, like it's fucking big. You know what I mean? There's a lot of fucking like it's longish. Like this can't be turned to housing. You're telling me this can't be turned to housing? You're crazy. You're telling me this cannot be housing? Fucking insane, right? Even more so, right? How do I? Oh man, I'm having a hard time with this, right? Right? Down the street, across the street, there's a truck. This here, I can't go over there? What the fuck? This was a Sears. I guess this is private property, I guess. This was a Sears, right? This Sears, when did this... This Sears went out of business in 2018, right? You're telling me this can't be turned to housing? It's because there's no profit for it, right? There's no profit. That's the problem. That's the problem. There's no incentive for it. Because how does the town make cash off of it? It's just a money sink. Well, that's the problem. There shouldn't be a profit incentive for that. That's the problem, right? Is that there's a profit incentive. That's the problem. And I'm sure everyone in chat knows of like a mall that has gone under. You're telling me that those can't be turned to housing? For the homeless? For those who are like housing insecure? Come on. What are we doing? Every car I see, I'm like, is that my car? Every car, I'm like, wait a minute, that car looks a lot like my car. That's so funny. I think it should be against the law. And I think that there should be fines and like prison for anyone in government that allows people to have to live on the street. That should be against the law. I feel like if a person is on the street and someone is found to be on the street and they say, I don't have a place to go, the people in charge should be reported. I was watching the news earlier, and Buckingham Palace is currently under refurbishment, which is currently going to cost $330 million. Yeah. Why? I mean, don't even get me started on my government, right? My government decided that they were going to redo the White House. Jesus fucking Christ. Some people choose to be unhoused. I don't believe that. No one says I want to be on the street. No one says that. And even if I grant you that some people do, a vast majority of them do not want to live on the street. They might choose to be unhoused over their current living conditions, right? But no one goes, fuck, you know what's the best? Living on the street. God damn, I love that shit. Respectfully. No one would prefer to be on the street. And after all that, the king won't even move in. It's so insane to me. I'm not going to sit here and be like, we should revolt against the government and shit. But everything that has gone on with the Trump administration, it was a test. It was a test that there's nothing that the government can do in the US. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm making my camera. There's nothing that could happen in the US where people will go, all right, dog, we got to go to the White House and get these niggas out of here. Like, come on. Like, all right, dog, enough of this. Just come on out. Come on out, son. I just want to talk to you. There's nothing. There's nothing that they cut healthcare, they cut food. The Epstein files went to war. There's nothing that we can do that everyone's like, all right, dog, get him out of there. People forget what government is supposed to be, right? I think that one of the worst things that's happened is that people have become anti-government. What do I mean by that? When people think of the government, they think of places like the US, maybe the UK, and all that shit, right? Excuse me. And they think like the people in power get to do whatever they want. Government's bad. That's the problem. The problem is that, at least in the US, on both sides, the government currently in the US is not for the will of the people, right? So much so is that we are currently in a war that a majority of the United States does not want to be in. It's impossible for me to think that the majority of the citizens think that we should be at war. The majority of the people do not want to be at war, but the government is still going to do it. That's wrong. And it's because of things like that that people lose faith in government. And what I'm saying to you is to never lose optimism for what government should be. Government is supposed to be your lawyer, right? I'll give you an example. I was listening to a debate, right? And it was about the debate was, are trans men and women, right? Essentially, do trans folk, do they fit into their respective categories? And of course, trans women, trans men are men, right? This person said, I don't disagree with it, but I feel like the right would never agree with it. So we have to find some middle, right? And I paused it and I said, fuck that, right? No, they should respect that. And I unpaused it and the guy said, they shouldn't be forced to agree with that. And I paused it again and I said, well, fuck that too, right? Because what we're talking about is rights. And if you're telling me that people are not going to give rights to people based on what they believe, that's why we have laws, right? For an example, if I present how I do chat, I'm going to be 100%, right? You can see my facial beard, right? Still, I shaved. It wasn't a close shave today for whatever reason, right? I won't get into that. But you can still see my beard, right? Now, I know that certain things are not allowed, but chat, I got boobs, right? I have boobs. So there are times when I'm out and I'll see a person. Sourdough, GG. Thank you so much for the raid. I don't have the alert on this one here. Thanks. Appreciate it. It's a weird time to come in. We are talking about government and politics and such. Not a lot of Street Fighter talk going on right now, but we are discussing a lot of stuff. But thank you so much for the raid. You guys came at a really weird time as I just went, I have boobs, and then shook my boobs, right? But thank you so much for coming through. Appreciate that so much. I'm assuming you were playing Street Fighter. Deep conversation. I hope I have a great stream. Thank you so much for coming through. The first thing you heard, yeah, right? I'm sorry. Oh my God, it's so embarrassing. It's so embarrassing, but it is what it is, right? But thank you so much. So what I'm saying is about rights of people, right? Is that I'm a non-binary person, right? So sometimes people will look at boobs as I walk, shake, and I can see the math, right? They look down, they go titties, right? And then they look at it and they go, beard chat is shadow. And you can see them not being able to do the calculus. And it's affirming, right? But it's one thing if it's just a Joe Schmo on the streets. It's another thing if it's a doctor. Another thing if it's a judge, the police, anyone that has power over my health, over my safety, over my freedom, right? And the reason why we have laws is that can't be infringed upon. Thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much. There should be laws to make sure that does not happen, right? That if I go for a job and the person looks down and sees boobs, but then they see and hear guy, that they're not going to go, fuck that. You can't work here. There are laws against that shit, right? That's government working. And that's why the government's good. The government is supposed to be the lawyer for the people. When we don't have the power to stand up against the people that are trying to do us harm or to exploit us, the government's supposed to be there. I'll give you an example. We used to have kids working in the mines, right? And in some places, they still are. But we used to have kids that would work 16-hour days. And they said, this is fucked up. But the people didn't have power. So what did we do? We lobbied to the government. And the government said, we have the power to make sure people aren't exploited. That is government working, right? You do not have the power to keep the streets intact, right? You can't just go and fucking pave the road. The government does. So what do? We pay our taxes, and we hope that's what it's being used for, right? That's government working. Stoplights. People were getting into fucking accidents. So the government, they came in and they made it so that it was more safe, right? When you turn your car on, the shit doesn't blow the fuck up. Why? Government. When you go out to eat, there's a very, 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 very good chance you're not going to get sick. Why? The government. There's so many ways that we see the government working every day. We don't even think about it, right? It's only when the government doesn't work that we go, whoa, 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 this isn't good. This can't happen, right? When the government doesn't work, we go, stop everything. What the fuck is going on? So I don't want people to lose faith in government, right? What I want them to do is to expect more further from their government. I want them to expect more for the people that they vote in. So, case in point, people voted for my big, beautiful president to come in and to release the files. And then he didn't. Well, there should be accountability for that. They voted for him to not go to war. And what happened? He went to war. There should be accountability. We should expect more from the people that we vote in because they represent us. They are the mouths of the people. They are the voice of the people. So when we have a government that is going to war and a majority of the people say we don't want this war, there's something wrong and broken about it. And we should expect more from those in charge. And we're going to get them the fuck up out of here. Right? We're going to vote. We are going to vote them out. And it's slowly starting to it's slowly starting to happen. In case you guys don't know, chat, I do have a stutter. A lot of new names in here. That's why I'm not just hype about things. I do have a stutter, right? Slowly, we're going to right those wrongs and to move the government to be more of a vehicle for the people. Because when government works, the government is the lawyer, the voice for the people, not the other way around. So I don't want people to say things like, I hate the government. Like, it doesn't have to be this way. That's why I'm so proud. I'm a Long Islander, right? I don't get the luxury of having Big Z as like my mayor. But I'm proud of the work that he's done. And I'm proud of that he is showing people that there is a better way to govern, and we could use the money for better for you and your family and those you care about. I don't care what side of the fence you're on. I don't give a shit. Whenever you tell a person on the right, hey, don't you want to have healthcare that's free and that's good? First thing that they say all the time is, well, who's going to pay for it? You pay taxes already. If only we could just put our cash together into a large fund, and then the government, maybe, right, can like take those funds and to use it to pay for things, right? We should call that taxes. Oh shit, we already do it, right? You already pay taxes for it. You should question what your taxes are going toward and why. That's important. By the way, for sourdough, I'm sorry. I'm sure you saw the name and was like, they're playing Street Fighter, blah, blah, blah. And then they come through and I'm just like, the government sucks. I've got titties. It can work everywhere. I think the lie that the U.S. has told, and by the U.S. I mean the government and those in power and those who like work for the government as a mouthpiece, the lie that they have told to you is that it can't work here. It's different. And what I love is that I want everyone to pay attention to the slow wave that is starting with the slow wave that is starting with Mamdani and how he's starting to support others. And whereas they said he can't win, impossible, and then he won, right? And then they go, yeah, but he's not going to be able to do the things that he said he's going to do. He's going to do it, and he's doing it, right? And then they're like, well, it works for like it works for blue states like, you know, New York. Well, it's starting to work for more of them, right? I think it was Chicago that now is working 100% on green energy. It's like, these things can work. It's just the powers that be have lied to you and said it can't work. So we're going to show them. I have nothing to do about this shit. I'm not in government, blah, blah, blah. But if I could just talk to you guys about these things, that's it. That's important. That's doing my part, right? It's insane to me. Now, I'm not going to say names because I'm not trying to get I'm not trying to have the government at my house, right? But it's insane to me that we give cash to other nations so that they can have free healthcare. But we don't have free healthcare. What the hell? We give money to other nations so that they can have free healthcare, and we don't think it could work here, but we're paying for them. What the fuck is going on? Insanity. Insanity. So, I'm sorry for the Raiders who've come through, who you're hearing me on a soapbox, but I'm on one today. I am on one today. I am ready to go. Creighton, how are you doing? Hopefully you're doing well. Chat. So I've talked a bit today about me being non-binary. And I have been mostly okay with how things have been going for me for like these last almost 2 years now. But obviously there's like certain goals that I have. And I've been okay with the speed of which things are going. And I've like kind of like told, not a lie, that's not what I want to say, that like I'm okay with like certain things, but there come certain points where it's like, oh no, like I want more. So I came across, there's a person who tagged me. There's a person who tagged me and said, I thought this was some AI version of you. And I was like, what the fuck does that mean? And as a cosplay player, a white cosplayer, and I was like, wait a minute, I see it. Like, I actually do see it. I was like, wait, this person actually kind of does look like me. I was like, yo, that's so creepy. I was like, yo, wait a minute. I was like, what the fuck? That's crazy, son. I was like, I mean, I don't see it, but I kind of do see it. It's insane, son. I was like, yo, that's wild. I was like, yo, wait a minute. Maybe I do want more. I was like, because they're hot. Wait a minute. That's crazy, son. Like, I get it. Not actually, but like kind of though, right? Like, they have the same face shape as me. And like, even, I know it sounds like weird, even down to like the like that's crazy. That's super wild. This cosplay is dope. They're cosplaying as I think Armor King, I want to say. That's super wild, son. Like, I get it. There's certain things about that does, but like, that's crazy, son. So then I'm like, yo. I know my doctor wanted to I know my doctor said that I should drop my dose of estrogen. But then I'm like, yo, maybe she don't know what the fuck she's talking about though. Maybe I should double it. Maybe, just maybe, she don't know what she's talking about. But no, we're not gonna do that. But still, I was like, that's crazy, son. That's nutty. Even the hair. It blows my mind. It's super wild. And like, I remember back in like 2019, 2020, Snapchat had a filter that you could like change your gender, right? And when I saw myself, I was like, I like that a lot. I was like, I look so good. I want that. You know what I mean? And then, you know, small things here and there, right? And like, I was like, oh, they call that like having your egg cracked, right? It's just like, oh, that's like a reality that could happen. Like that's a possible thing. Like, you know what I mean? And then like there was face app, and I'm like, oh, like that's a possibility. Like this person doesn't look like me for like that was just like an angle thing. Like, but like here they don't. Still kind of though. You know what I mean? Like there's still something there still. You know what I mean? But like here, not so much, right? I get it. Okay. I didn't mean to just go to their shirt. Now I look like a creep, right? God damn it. Let's go back. Go back. So then it was that. But then I saw her and I was like, oh my God. I need to get this facial laser immediately. I need to get this laser immediately. So I need this job to call me. I need this job to call me so we can actually get this shit going. You know what I mean? I need this job to call me so I have a little bit more income because I need this shit to happen. So yeah, here's what we're going to do, chat. This is a good point to transition over to talking about, I want to talk about tier lists and I want to talk about Evo, right? Two things that are kind of like hot. So I am going to go AFK for a few minutes, stretch my legs, go grab a drink. And I want to talk about some tier lists, and I want to talk also about Evo and my point of view on the way things are going with Evo. And kind of, it doubles back to the same thing of what we've been talking about like the world and such. You're good for the most part. Make sure to count your blessings. I try, most definitely. I know as things are hard, I'm getting by, and that's a good thing. So appreciate you. It's a good thing to always take some time to remember not of the things that you don't have, but also the things that we do have. So I'm going to take a quick break. I'll be right back, chat. Okay? Hello. Sorry, I had to answer something on one of my mobile games. My alliance leader is like, you haven't done anything today. And I was like, yeah, I had to do some stuff for, money. I had to drive for Uber Eats and such, blah, blah, blah. I really didn't have time. I'll quickly just try and throw out some, I'll start to do some stuff real quick just to get my points on the board and shit. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm going to do real quick. And then we'll talk a bit more about, I think first I want to talk about the tier list and such. I saw that Punk had put out a tier list. I know that Magic Man had put one out too. I figure I'll give my point of view on them and like basically how I feel about tier lists as a whole. I'm just gonna do this real quick. You guys will allow me. It's like if you milk a cow, you get cow's milk, right? If you milk a soybean, you get the soy milk, right? But if you milk me, you get goat milk because I'm the fucking goat. That's stupid. That's stupid. That's fucking dumb. I shouldn't be allowed to speak, chat. What if you milk toes? What does that mean? Ew. What do you get if you milk toes? What does that mean? Lactose? I think tier list should always be a community effort thing. People aren't ever going to ever see eye to eye when it comes to that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? They're never going to see eye to eye about it. Did I do the recruitment already? I did. I got nothing. I did my polls today. I didn't get shit, chat. Ain't that about a bitch? Dang it. Everything. I guess I'm just gonna hold on to the rest of it. Crazy how much more. Oh, you hit Master with Akuma. How do you like playing him? You feel free? I didn't get shit. What the fuck? Oh my days. I got robbed on these pulls. What the fuck? I got fucking robbed. I didn't get shit. I don't have his exclusive. Guess I'm just not gonna earn points. Say fuck it, right? Guess today I'm just not gonna pull points in on this account. Okay. It is what it is. I don't want to just throw points away, so. Alright, cool. We're good. The problem is that we are never going to find consensus when it comes to like anything involving like tier lists and stuff. That's just like that's just the truth of it, because everyone has a different view of the game. And that's fine. But it's interesting that you say that though, Agent Waves, and you'll understand my point of view when I make it. Thinking about trying to get Mai or Cammy into Master Neck. See how I feel. I just kind of want to learn more about the game in general. Yeah. You should do what you find to be fun and what you get enjoyment from. You know what I mean? I think that's what's important. Right now, me trying to learn Jamie has been a lot of fun. So, okay, so let's start talking about this. What I'm going to do is that on? Let's turn on the punk one. So let's look at... Oops. So let's look at Punk. He dropped his tier list through a video, but this is a screenshot of his tier list. And I have a lot to say about tier lists, and I typically don't believe that tier lists are ever like gospel, right? I actually think that debating placement of a tier list that's not a big change, I think is kind of a waste of time, right? But I wanted to point out two things. This is the tier list from Punk and friend of the channel, Heretic Magic Man. He put up a tier list as well, right? Now, it's important to recognize that they look pretty much the same. There's differences here and there, of course, right? Especially like when it comes down to how the tiers are broken down. But it's very important to understand that there are clear top and there's clear bottoms, right? I don't think there's any world where we could ever disagree that these these 6 here are not in the top tier, right? These 6 here are clearly some of the best in the whole game. I don't think that's up for a debate. I can discuss who do you think is best out of all of them. I think it's clear that Sagat is one of the best in the game. I think it's clear that Terry is one of the best in the game. Mai is one of the best. And that's why I like Punks, right? Because he has clear indication of who he thinks is like the very top. I also think it's a misunderstanding when people look at tier lists. They usually don't break them down so much. And I do like that Punk has 6 categories. And then Alex, I don't know why. I didn't watch the video. I don't know why he's down there. Maybe it might be because he doesn't know. But I think that it's important to have these like clear distinctions. And this is like one thing that I will disagree with Harry Magic Man, is that I think clearly Honda is not as good as Luke. I think that's clear, right? I think that Luke is better than Lily, Honda, clearly, right? I think Juri is better than Honda, Lily, Menon, excuse me. Marissa, you know what I mean? I think that's like clear that she is better. So having like these clear distinctions between the tiers, I think is like really, really good and cool that he did that. But it's like so clear who like the top like 10 are, right? There's like no debate about that. But the thing about it is that we all know these 6 are really good, right? The question comes into characters like Ryu, Akuma, Geef, Kimberly, right? DJ, Guile, Rashid, right? There's these characters here that slowly start to be put into a category that like it's a little bit unclear. So like Punk has them in these tiers here, whereas Magic Man, he has DJ and Guile in the same tier as Terry, and he has Zangief under all of them, right? I think he said he was bold to put Ingrid up there. I think everyone thinks it's too early to tell. But the point that I'm trying to make here is like, it's very clear that these characters here are at the top. It's unsure if these characters are in the top tier, right? And I think that it's times like this, when you look at some of the cast, when you're not sure, you can argue, right? You can argue whether or not they should be in the top tier or not, right? The same way, like, you can argue that Geef is up here, right? You can argue that Kim is up here. And I don't think it's important to argue those things, right? It's fun to do. He said that Alex is in his own tier list because he's too volatile. Fair enough. He's in his own tier list, but it's not that he's at the bottom. Yeah. So what I'm saying is, it's like, it's important to understand that there's power, there's good power, and then there's like bad, right? And I think it's clear who the bad characters are and who the good ones are, right? These characters here are bad. Dalsim, I think, is better than people give him credit for, but he gets fucking mauled. But when he starts to go, like, I think this only because I play Juri, right? That's the reason why I think it. If I had something to deal with his fireballs, I'd put him down there. So maybe I'm being dishonest about that, right? But like, it's clear that these are like the bad four, right? And if you look here, you know,
you look like you're in good shape. Tipo is now following.
Appreciate the follow. Thank you. If you look down here, guess who's down here? Honda, Lily, Manon, Marissa, Dalsim. Same here, right? It's like clear who those characters are. But I can argue that Luke is not as bad as B tier. I think Luke is just as good as Juri, right? I think they suffer from the same problems. In fact, right? I can argue Ihan is really bad, but his win rate's high, oddly enough, right? I can argue Jamie is top tier as fuck, but it's the inconsistency of him, right? When he doesn't have 2 drinks, character is horrible. Once he gets to 2 drinks, he is B tier, fine. When he's got 4 drinks, he's definitely A tier. If Jamie could stay in 4 drinks all the time, he definitely would be A tier. One, like, easily. Right? But I can argue that. Some people, like, won't. That's fine. So the point that I want to make with tier lists is I don't want you guys to get caught up in the noise. And what I'll say about that is, like, people will argue things like how good is Rashid, right? He doesn't really win much. You know, he's not as good. He's kind of meh. They don't play him. He's probably not all that good. Rashid's insane. He's really good, right? And I think that that's clear. But then people will say things like, yeah, but is he as good as, like, the top tier? No, I don't think so, right? I can make an argument maybe that he's top tier, but he's definitely not on the level of, like, Ed, JP, Mai, Blanca, Sagat, and Terry. I think those are like the 6 clear top tier. What do you think about Elena being an A tier? I'll make that point, right? And this is kind of like what I mean. I don't know if I put Elena in A tier. Why? Because I just don't know. If you told me she's probably A tier, I go, I believe it, right? Punk has her up here in A tier with these characters, right? I believe it. But if Punk had her in B tier, I would go, I believe it, right? Right? If Punk had her in A+, I'd go, I believe it, right? What I'm saying is, it's like there is a center. And it's all of these characters, right? Everyone in A+, A, and B, you can make an argument for whether or not they deserve to be in the A tier. You can make that argument. And I think it's a waste of time to like, I think it's a waste of time to argue that. I think it's kind of dumb to have that talk because everyone in this tier here can cook. There's a few of the players that, there's few of the cast that I wouldn't put in there. Like these two, I wouldn't put in the same tier. But like everyone but these two on this tier list, you can make an argument for any place on here. Luke made, like these two, I wouldn't say in A+, right? But if you were to say, see, Viper should be an A+, I believe it. You can make an argument for it. And I think that when we talk about the game, we should definitely be hearing each other talk about those things. And we should hear everyone make an argument for those things. Real nigga, get the fuck. My nigga. Yo, big dick realistic. Get your big dick over here, nigga. Like and I think like this is the problem, is that we care too much about the small thing. So I'm never going to argue, ever. You're never going to hear me argue this unless there's like a very like niche point. Trickster, thank you so much for coming through as always. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the support. All love to you and those you love. Thank you so much. Hope I hear back from the place. Appreciate that. So you're never going to hear me argue, is Sagat in the top 5? I don't know, right? Like, because you can make an argument that he's maybe like 6, right? Like, I'm never going to be like, yo, I don't think Ed should be in the top 5, right? Is he in the top 6? I mean, yeah, but like, he's not top 5. Shut the fuck up. Like, that's my point. People will make those arguments, and it's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. I'm not going to argue if we should put Kimberly in the top 5. I'm not going to make that argument. The reason is for a different reason. It's because I can think of 5 others that should be there. It's clear that she isn't in the top 5. Why? Because fucking Mai exists. Sagat exists. JP exists. Terry exists. Blanca exists. You can never put anyone else in the top 5, I think, because it's clear those are the top 5, right? And if it's not them, it's Ed, right? If it's not them, it's fucking Ed. But that's the thing, right? I don't know if you heard my whole spiel, right? I think it's useless to argue whether she should be here or here, right? Because I think we all know Manon can cook, right? We all know that she can cook. It's a question is, should she be here? Should she be here? Should she be here? Or should she be here? All I know is that she's not in the top and she's not in the bottom. So I will hear any argument about whether she should be in 1, 2, or 3 of the mid tier. And I think that if you're arguing that, I think that at that point, the characters are going to come down to who is going to play her. You know what I mean? Because I think Idom can win, right? Idom can win. That motherfucker is nasty, right? It's like in Street Fighter V, right? I remember people were debating over whether or not the tier list is not really a tier list. I'm going over others, right? I think people were debating in Street Fighter V whether or not Laura was top tier or if she was mid tier. And I thought that was a dumb thing to argue, right? Because of the fact that Laura was winning. well consistently. So I think the argument that she wasn't top tier, I think was dumb. But if you're arguing whether or not she's in the top 10 or is she like maybe top 11 or 12, I think that was just dumb. You know what I mean? It's a waste of time, right? It's just a big waste of time. So the reason why I'm saying all this, right, is because I'm going to point out how dumb arguing about this is, right? Because if I were to say to you, like, this is not in order. I'm pretty sure Punk's top tier is probably in order, but like the rest of it's probably not in order. And that's why he has so many like levels, right? But I can make an argument right now. And I think that when I say this, people will say, well, that's fucking dumb, right? Well, obviously that's not the case, right? I can make an argument that Juri's in the bottom 10 of the whole game. And knee jerk, everyone will say, obviously not. That's stupid. You're downplaying, blah, blah, blah. But I think that if you have a conversation and you're honest about the conversation, you can at least hear out the idea, right? Because let's say I said Juri's at the bottom of this tier, right? She's at the bottom of this tier. Well, if you look, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Wait. 1, 4, 6, 9. She would be 10. Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If she was at the bottom of this, 9 or 10. So the argument then is like, well, she's obviously not in the bottom 10, but you slowly start to realize like how close she is to the bottom. She's closer to the bottom than she is the top. And this isn't like to say like Juri needs buffs, or this is not me trying to downplay her or blah blah blah. Slurpees, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you for coming through. Thank you so much. Welcome in, Raider. Welcome in, Raiders. Appreciate you being here. My name is Kale. I am a Juri player, and I like to talk about the game. So we're talking about tier lists and why they kind of fall apart. But thank you for coming through. Appreciate you. She needs a jab. She's got one of the worst jabs in the game. Completely. So if I were to say to you, Juri is in the bottom 10 of the whole game, I think that people would scoff at that and go, well, that's insane. But then they don't realize how close. Yeah. Right? Like how quickly she is at the bottom 10. But also, it's not only just her. You start to realize how close all of these characters are in the bottom 10. Because when you say the top 10, you can't include Juri. You cannot. Right? Juri is not as good as the top 6 easily, right? But like, you can make an argument like Magic Man's tier list, right? I get it. There's like some bias here, right? But like, I don't think Guile and DJ are up here in the top tier. But you can make an argument there, right? Because I still think they're fucking insane, right? But I don't think there's anyone on God's green that will say that Juri's in the top 10. I think that's just a dumb point. Because I think the top 10, like there's some that you could like debate about, but like the top 6 are chosen. And I think at the current time, Kimberly is better than Juri. I think Cammy is better than Juri. See, Viper, I want to say is, right? But you could make an argument that Geef and Elena are better than Juri. They're getting more consistent results. They're doing work. This character is showing out. This character is showing some shit. I don't think you can argue that she's in the top 10, but you can argue that she's in the bottom 10. But at the same time, you could also argue, like, who do you think, chat, of this tier here, right? Of the A tier, who do you think is the worst of that tier? It's probably Elena. Right? Maybe Aki. Definitely not Ken. Definitely not Guile or Chun-Li. People sleep on this character. This character is mad good. But it is hard, right? But you can make an argument for Chun-Li, Aki, Elena, Viper, maybe, Guile. You can make an argument. But look how quick those characters drop to bottom 10. Just like that. Bottom 10. So what are we arguing about? Look how quick a character goes from being in the 3rd tier to being in the bottom 10. Especially on this tier list. Right? Who do you think is the worst of this tier? Chun-Li? Elena? Aki? I don't think Juri, right? To be honest, right? But how quick do these characters, who we know who are good, this character's good. This character's good. This character's good. They're all good. Look how quick they're in the bottom 10 of the cast. Very fast, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 30. There's 30. In the bottom 1/3 of the cast, look how quick these characters go from completely fine and viable to the conversation is that they're in the bottom 10. And think about what that feels. Matchup spread has got to be asked. Yeah, matchup spreads are interesting too. So, like, Juri can never be in the same tier, in my point of view, as JP, Ed, Mai, Sagat. She can never be in the same tier. Can never. Based on her biggest flaw. She can never be in the same tier list. She can never be in the same tier. And we understand why. Right? I don't think she fights Mai poorly. You know? I don't think she fights her poorly. I think she goes somewhat even with JP, but I'm going to be honest that this motherfucker got some shit. Right? Terry? That match. I hate that match. There's so much of the cast that just gives her a hard time. Specifically because if Juri had something to treat fireballs honestly, she would move up just from that alone. That's what keeps her here. So my point in saying all this is not to show you how bad these tier lists are or how good they are. What I'm saying is I want you guys to have honest conversations with your peers and your friends. And when people say things, actually hear them out. Why they suck. Like, look, this person here, Galant, you should swap Rashida and Cammy. Who gives a fuck? You're saying here who should be in the top 12 or the top 15 or 16? Who gives a shit? It doesn't matter. Personally, I think Kimberly is perfectly fine where she is. That character is insane. If Kimberly had a reversal, it'd be over. It'd be absolutely over. That character is nutty as shit. But there's a reason why people don't play her. She's hard. Yeah, Juri, as I say all the time, is that she doesn't have any, like, spikes. Right? So, like, when you think of, like... Whenever you think of, like... those kind of charts for matchups, for strengths and such, I'll show you. I should just always just have Photoshop up just in case, right? Give me a second shot. Make sure I don't blind you guys. Right? So I'm sure we've all seen these kind of like graphs and such. It looks like like this. Oh my god, it's the worst, right? We've all seen stuff that looks like this, right? And this will be like stuff like I suck. I'm stupid. I do this show all the time, right? They look like this, right? And it'll be stuff like speed, endurance, technicality, you know, fucking like this one, or just whatever. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? There's like all these like things that a character can have, right? And you'll see some of the cast will be like, okay, they're good at this, they're like okay at that, they're really good at this, but then like they're like bad at this, they're bad at that, they're like bad at that, right? And this will be like their spread, right? And it shows you like their strengths, right? It's like when you think about it, the problem with Juri is actually she's a lot like this, right? Problem with her is that she's good at everything. There's like one thing she's not good at. It's like maybe her fireball stuff and like her jab, but like still she gets by. But then you have some characters that are like fucking amazing here. They're fucking amazing here. They're like really bad at this. They're like not too good at that. They're great at that, not too good at that. You know what I mean? And like you just see their flaws, right? And like that's the thing about some of like the cast is like they're fucking amazing in some cases. And like them being so strong here is the reason why they're still good. This is a character like Geef, right? He's slow. He doesn't have a reversal. He's susceptible to DI when he's burnt down. So it's his level 1. It won't do anything. But like this part here is so good that this will win him a lot of games, right? Gets him by. Whereas Juri doesn't have that spike. You know what I mean? She doesn't have anything she's like excellent at. And when you think about it in that way, this is why she never will be top tier. All the top tier have something, one or two things that they are like really good at. Only thing that Kim really struggles with is matchups where someone truly out. Yeah, when I played against Hanma's Ed, like I'm always for trying to like find like to solve things, right? I'm trying to find the answer. It's always my goal. I usually don't knee-jerk to things, but when I fought his Ed, I was like, this feels awful. And I was like, it might be just because I'm like choosing the wrong button and everything, blah, blah, blah. Then I'm like, she doesn't reach him like ever. The only thing I could really do is like slide, right? And thank God it knocks down, right? But like when he would whiff, I would go for slide, right? The down forward, medium kick, right? And I sat there and went like, this sucks. None of my buttons reach. I was like, that does suck, right? It was kind of the same thing with Jamie, right? It's like when I fought Ed, I was like, I don't have any buttons that really reach. Same thing with Geef. I was like, damn, I miss Juri's button, right? Then I realized that the hard kick kind of works. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's my thing. It's like people don't think about things in this way. Doesn't Alpha see that, but she got the yellow factor. Oh yeah, facts, right? So like I think also going back to what going back to what Realistic said, is that people don't talk about the matchups, and I will add on to that. People don't talk about the matchups in a less static way, because people will say things and they'll just be like, you know, and this will catch flack, right? They'll say like Juri versus Guile, right, is like a 0-10 matchup, right? It sucks. This character can't win, blah, blah, blah. But we all know that that's bullshit, right? But then you have to look at, okay, well, what does she have a hard time with? It's fireballs, right? It's fireballs is like the big thing, right? So whenever the match starts, you know, like you know, round one fight, right? It's like, yeah, this is really good. And he starts off strong. So the match, it starts off and he gets to control the match. But if I were to say to you, yeah, but what if, right? What if this wasn't a factor? Who would win this match? In that respect, I think Juri would win that match. If fireballs weren't a factor in this match, Juri would beat Guile. I believe that. 110%. Right? But we know that that's not a factor. Right? We know that that's not a factor. That's his whole kit. So the question then goes, okay, well, how often is this a factor? And how often is it not a factor? Well, we know that it's a factor when Juri is not in on him. When Juri is on offense, we know that she does well, right? That's her goal. Whenever she gets in, Guile kind of isn't that bad, right? I don't believe it's that bad of a matchup. So she has an in. So the question is how often can Juri get in on offense and to try to extend her flow, right? Same thing as Sim, same thing as Lily, same thing as who else? There's a lot of the cast that once she gets in, it's fine. But will she get in? Akuma, I think she fights him well. A few things that kind of sucks about it, right? But like still. So when talking about a matchup, looking at things in this way is important because sometimes the matchup can be bad. But what if this isn't a factor? All of a sudden, the matchup is not bad. So the question comes to, like, if Juri can get around this, is the match, a 6-4 matchup? No. I think it's more 5-5. I believe that. So that's why I don't believe this matchup is a 7-3 matchup, right? It can't be. It also can't be in her favor. This match, at best, is even. And I wouldn't even call it that. I think this match is probably I think this match is probably a 6-4. Just because of this. Right? The moment that she can get around this easier, this matchup becomes 5-5. What is it? 5-5, 4-6. Or maybe even just a straight up 5-5. But this is so strong that it cannot be even. So I think we have to talk about matchups in that way. And I don't think that people tend to talk about it. They'll just be like, Juri beats Sim. I don't believe that. I do not believe that she beats Sim. And everyone says like, yeah, but once she's in, he dies. Yeah, but she might not ever get in. Or she might get in and, one bad play and she's out again. Now he's back in advance. You know what I mean? It's easy to see that when you talk about, say, the Juri versus JP. Easy to see that, right? Because what does she have a hard time with, right? She has a hard time with his fireballs. But his fireballs isn't that much of a factor in this match because she has ways around it. She has ways around it. She has ways to get through. You know what I mean? So that's why I don't believe this matchup is 6-4. I think it's closer to even, if anything, slightly in his favor. Slightly. But if that. Because she has ways to get through it. He cannot leverage this forever. He can't. Guile can. Characters like Guile can. Characters like Chun-Li can. Characters like Akuma can. Those characters can. But Juri, just based on the fact that, like, oddly enough, I joke all the time, everyone's like, you don't need anything to go through fireballs because you have your drive rush. I said, when can I drive rush through a fireball? When can I drive rush through a fireball? It's like, oddly enough, right? It's like the one time where like I actually can. What the fuck is it? Right? Oddly enough, right? If she could do that all the time, she'd be fine. But she can't, right? That's my point. She has ways to get through. And like, and like they're good ways. You know what I mean? They're consistent ways. You know what I mean? And like, oddly enough, you know what I mean? Like, oh my God, shocking that when you can do this, all of a sudden it's not so bad anymore, right? Oh my God. Right? Oddly enough. Who would have thought? That's my point. So I think that we need to talk about tier lists more in a more hybrid way, right? This matchup is even. Okay. When the match starts, who's in advantage? Player one. Okay, cool. How easy is it for them to stay in advantage? Very easy. Is there a chance that player two might not ever get advantage? Yeah. So then it's not even. Because they start in advantage. Right? That's my point. I think that makes sense, right, chat? Do we all agree? Any questions about my stance? Any naysayers? Makes sense, yeah. Do I think it's the right way to view it? No, but that's my argument. I consume a lot of debate shit, right? I consume so much stuff about debate. And I think one of the things that I really hate about the world is that people fucking love a debate just because they want to win. That's not what that's not what the debate is for. It's to find the objective truth. I gotta take a quick piss, chat. I'll be right back. When I come back, I want to talk a little bit about let's talk a little bit about Twitter discourse, right? I'll be right back. I keep checking my inbox, my mail, to see if I got a job offer for that place that I applied to. But unfortunately, I still haven't heard anything back. So I want to pull up something on Twitter. There was some discourse going around about Sagat and about Sagat doing drive rush into Tiger Nexus, right? And annoyingly so, I got caught up with someone that was acting fucking weird. You know what I mean? I was just being a fucking weirdo about it. And I say that not respectfully, because I feel like the way that they dealt with it was pretty shitty, right? So this person writes here, trash game, right? And I'll show you guys a clip. So a lot of people think it's corny, the fact that like you could do like a drive rush into a special, right? And I don't really agree or care about that point of view, right? I don't. I don't think that's an important point. I think it's like fine. I think it adds some level of creativity. So like I could argue either way, right? But the one thing that I will understand is the frustration that comes from trying to check something and getting stuffed by a special. I understand that. It's the same thing as like Juri's drive rush medium kick. It's like you go to check it, you know it's gonna come, and you time it right, but it's still wrong. And that sucks. That does suck, and it's frustrating. I think understanding that, I think is fair. I think it's really fair to understand how a person would be frustrated making a good play by reacting, and then the game saying sorry. With Dev about something like this. Well, yeah. About what though? Like, what was your point of view? So, what I wrote about it, right, was I said, this isn't a problem. What a problem is how Sagat would have been plus on the risk, right? And I said, like, I get it. Get baited, idiot. The shit's fucked. But the fact that Sagat was plus on the back end is what's kind of corny about it, right? And the reason why I say that is because he's doing the Tiger Nexus, Nexus, right? So like this here, if he blocks this here, he's plus, right? So the choice is, do I block the drive rush and he's plus, or do I like block the special and he's still plus? And I think that's a fine point, right? Because my point is that it's corny that he can do this with a move that's plus. Basically told me that not everything needs to be reactable and checkable all times. I agree with that, right? I think adding some level of deception is good for the game, right? And my stance is, I don't mind that he can do this. What I mind is that he can do this into something that's still plus. And that's a mix-up. Like, look, I have a problem with this, right? That leads into fucking big damage, right? But I don't have a problem with this. Because literally, if Terry had blocked this, the Sagat dies. Right? Probably for 1 bar. Right? Like, this to me is fine. Right? Because there's risk involved. There's big risk involved. This could throw the game. Now, I think I'm very, very fair with having conversations with people, especially me being. I think if Terry didn't press on Nexus, the thing about it that people don't talk about is that the Sagat obviously had a read on the Terry player, obviously, right? Because if you look, even if this was game 1, it's not round 1, right? So there obviously is like information. Also, I don't know if this player has other characters, but like there obviously is a gap in rank, right? Also, Terry's on Modern, which they're known to react, you know what I mean? And like, and they don't. Modern players tend to lack context with certain things because they're used to their reaction working. Meaning that modern players are likely to have their DPs whiff because they just know they have to react. So you can like abuse that, right? The same thing like if you go to Drive Rush, you could bait them doing a super. So obviously there's more to the story. And it's not even about what's actually happening, right? The point that I want to make is my stance is I don't like the fact that he can do this with like minimal risk or like repercussions, right? So that's my stance, right? My stance was very, very clear. Like I don't like the fact that on the back end he's still plus, because if you block this move, he's plus. Chat, we all agree. So this person goes, what do you mean if Sagat didn't go for Nexus? What do you mean if Sagat didn't go for Nexus? He'd be plus. And I said, like, I'm saying his Nexus is plus. The Nexus is there to bait the strike. So if Sagat does a button, he's plus. If Terry tries to stuff the button and Sagat rotates the option to beat the stuff with a special safe. I said if the Nexus wasn't safe, I wouldn't have a problem. He's like, except the Nexus is minus -5. Have you labbed the character? Now that's fine. And you notice I didn't respond to them here. You notice that, right? Things are okay, Jukes. Thank you so much for being here. As always, all love to you. Big Dick Jukes, my goat. Hopefully you're doing well, man. So, this person didn't get back to me, right? I didn't get back to them, blah, blah, blah. It's interesting because they did get back to me. Instead of engaging with the conversation, where is it? Where is it? They just they quote me. See, it's misinformation like this that makes me not want to take you niggas seriously. I'm usually chill at this, but it tilts me to no end. Like, what part of what I said was like disrespectful? I even go as far as to say it's like it's mad funny because I read this and got mega salty. But I'ma just chill, and I assume there's a disconnect with what we're talking about. Let me verify before I dig my heels in. Am I wrong? Him doing that sequence would have had him be advantage if he just blocked. That's fair, right? So he's like, literally no. Nexus is -5. Unless he does the heavy, which he did not do. Sagat then has to guess because of how Nexus is designed. If Terry mashes and Sagat doesn't do anything but the light follow up, he gets punished countered. Right? Now, it's wild that I didn't respond to that. Right? But you notice I responded here. Right? And I wrote, so you're just going to delete what you wrote because you were being out of pocket, right? Now, the one thing about me, chat, that I assume that you guys know about me is that I keeps it real, for better and for worse, right? When things are great, I'm hype about it. I tell y'all that. But when I don't think things are right, I'm going to talk about it. And I get a lot of shit for it. And people, they look down at me. People don't want to fuck with me because I will fight you about shit that I believe in, right? So the reason why I say that is because he did respond, right? He did respond, and what he said was out of pocket, right? And I read it. And that's the thing. You shouldn't apologize because you get caught. You should apologize because did Alex Lee block me? No. Maybe he just deleted his post. Maybe. Right? So the reason why I say that is because he writes this. I swear to God, you niggas hear a dime a dozen opinion from your favorite top player and just run with it. Please lab the fucking game. Who are you yelling at? Who the fuck? Me? Me? I disagree with every Juri player on God's green earth. I don't care if it's fucking Jack, nephew. I don't give a fuck. I disagree with them all. If anything, I should agree with them more. But no, I don't see the world like they do, and I'm going to disagree with them. Right? The idea that I just take the opinion from all of my favorite top players, I don't have a top player. I don't have a favorite top player. Who the fuck is you talking to? Not me. I don't lab the game. That's fucking wild to tell me I don't lab the game. So obviously he doesn't know who the fuck I am. So why are you talking to me like you know who the fuck I am? That's insanity. Me, I don't lab the game. Me. All I do is lab. Look at my This is cursed. This is cursed. This is a cursed fucking graph. What are we talking about? Now, granted, I do AFK a lot, right? And I AFK in the lab. But even if that's the case, this graph would still be predominantly in practice mode because I lab, right? I forget who it was. It might have been Jukes, right? No, it was Daniela, right? I remember when Mai dropped, right? When Mai dropped, I was at a CVS doing some shopping, and we were texting, right? And we were talking about my shit, right? And I had said, like, I want to get a really meaty back hard kick, right? And I think she found out that some setup gave a certain amount. And I'm like, oh, if that's the case, just do X, Y, and Z, and then you have your meaty. And she's like, wait, you're not even at the computer. How'd you know that? I was like, oh, because I know the frame data. She's like, oh, well, that's cool, right? And I think I like earned a bit of cachet. You know what I mean? That like there's things about the game that I know, right? And like when it comes to labbing, I know that shit. So the idea that I don't lab the game, that's crazy. Because the next thing that I post is, what the fuck is that shit then? What the fuck is that? I don't know what I'm talking about. What the fuck does that shit say? That's insane. He said, please lab the game. These niggas don't lab the game. Please fucking lab the game. I believe my eyes and ears, chat. That's why I argue so much with people. Said if I see something and I understand something, I'm going to believe it until you prove to me otherwise. All he had to do was tell me his stance. He didn't have to talk wild to me. And this is the reason why I'm saying it, chat. The first thing I want to tell you all is I want you to remember Twitter is filled with bots, right? Twitter is filled to the brim with bots. How much of Twitter is bots? Estimates range between, well, that's a fucking horrible estimate, right? Third-party academics say between 10 to 27% of all accounts are automated, right? These are bots. These are automated fucking accounts, right? Even if it's 10%, that's still a lot. Other independent studies say that it could be anywhere between 24 and 44. My point is, it's so much that you have to consider that, right? So that's the first thing. I'm not going to be upset because like some stranger says some shit, right? But also understand that not everyone is on that site to be honest, right? I'm not saying that this person is there to be dishonest, but I don't know that. The reason why I don't know that, and this is not like, I'm not trying to wave around dick like I have some followers, but like this person has 56 followers. The fuck do I give a shit about what he thinks, right? I don't give a shit, right? So it's like, who fucking cares, right? That's the second thing, right? But also, like, at no point was I rude to the person. Not only was I like nice about it, I also assumed that there's a chance that I could be wrong and left space for them to say, this is where you're wrong, right? To the point where I said, so you're just going to delete it because you were out of pocket. Now, this is wild, right? He said, I got a little bit beside myself there, and the internet doesn't need that energy from me. I want to be known as a person who's laid back and doesn't jump down throats. You've seen it, so I do owe you an apology. I'm sorry. I'm just sick of the misinformed character politics. Chat, I'm going to ask you guys, what the fuck is character politics? What the fuck does that mean? Can someone explain to me, in the year of our Lord, what the fuck is character politics? What the fuck does that mean? Huh? What the fuck does that mean? Because oddly enough, right? Oddly enough, when we look at that, his pinned is how great Sagat is. So how interesting is it that his pinned is just like, praise be to fucking, praise be to Sagat. And then here he comes slurping on his fucking cock when there's anything that's anti-best character in the fucking game. Fuck out of here. So he got caught and he was seen to be like rude, right? He was seen to be rude and he got called out for it. which is ironic because, right? He's like, where the fuck are you getting +2 from? So we're back to yelling. So we're back to yelling. He's like, you mean the heavy follow-up with the big ass gap? And I'm like, it's wild that you asked me a question and then immediately answered it yourself. Right? He sees that I'm still going and that I should have been cool with his apology. And I'm like, I don't care if you apologize. I read this shit. I thought it was out of pocket and I called you out on it. You were being a dickhead. I know this because you apologize for being a dickhead. And I'm like, we're having this conversation, right? And in the end, I think he understood my stance. But this conversation didn't need to be what it was. We could have had a conversation. And he could have said what he believed. I could have said what I believed. And then we test each other's logic. That's what a debate is. You're supposed to test a person's logic under stress, right? And I'll give you an example. Do we think it's fair that Guile can do so much damage and he could build so much meter with his level 2? Now, the argument for this is, well, Kale, it's kind of hard to do that, right? There should be some kind of reward, right? It's hard to do it. So if it's hard to do, then he should get some kind of a reward for it. Okay. I disagree. Because ease should not be factored into how good it is all the time. If that's the case, Bison should get nerfed. Akuma should be nerfed. Lily needs to get nerfed. No, excuse me. Ingrid needs to get nerfed. See, Viper needs to get nerfed because those things are not hard to do, right? Those things are not hard to do. They do a shit ton of damage, right? So you're saying because it's hard to do, yeah, right? Because it's hard to do, it's okay that it does a lot of damage. Okay, fine. I have a question. If it's hard to do, let's say Juri had a feng shui engine combo with multiple one-frame links, right? And it was hard to do. It was very inconsistent. But it did 8K. Chat, if Juri could do a combo that was 8K that had multiple one-frame links, true one-frame links, should she be allowed to do it? I'm saying no. No character in the game should be doing 8K. No character in the game should be doing 7K. No character in the game should be doing 6K. I believe that. Right? It should be Marissa, maybe Akuma, right? That's what I believe. So if I said, okay, fine, this really hard Guile combo that's hard to do, that does mad damage, you know what? Let's make it do 8K. People will go, well, now you're just being weird. Okay, this is why we stress test the logic. Because the point is that if things are hard to do, then obviously there should be some payoff for the difficulty. I don't think that's always true. But then we have to talk about how much of a payoff is acceptable for something that's hard. And does it fall within those guidelines? What I'm saying with Guile is that it doesn't. That's my stance. That's how you form an opinion, and that's how you express your opinion. That's what a debate is supposed to look like. Right? I'll give you another example of a debate. Juri should have something to deal with Fireball. That is my stance. The reason why I believe it is I believe that she is an outlier in the whole cast. Everyone has something to deal with them that is grounded, that clashes, or kills a fireball. That's grounded, clashes, kills, or goes through. Right? How was that? Weird. My frame rate was weird for a second. Those 4 things. Everyone in the cast has something that does that, except for Juri. Juri is the only person in the game that does not have something that falls within those boundaries. That is my stance. That is my argument. And people don't engage with that. Right? They just don't. They're like, well, I don't think she needs it. I think she does. And the reason is because she's the only character in the game that doesn't have a move that's grounded and doesn't clash, kill, or punish. Except for her level 3. And I don't think a character should have to rely on the level 3 to go through. And I think that's a really fair stance. What someone should be doing then is to test that logic. But they can't. They cannot. They cannot test that logic. Right? They can't. The only thing that I have heard that can test it is that she has her Fuhajin that is grounded and kills a fireball. They would be right. But it is more of a detriment to do that than it is to actually stop you from doing it. There's no reason to stop a person from trying to throw a fireball because it doesn't kill and go through or punish. Because everyone has something that can punish. Everyone. But Juri's dive kick has to be grounded. Well, now you're just going to make it up. There's a reason why I'm saying that. Do you want to know why? Yes, because Drive Rush will sometimes fuck up the timing or jumping specials. Capcom has admitted this. They've made a change, but they still said there are times where it still will happen. Capcom has admitted that that's a problem. So relying on dive kick being the only way to deal with it sucks. And if dive kick is supposed to do it, then it's not good enough. It should be buffed. Right? I will dap up and concede my point. If they say, well, I don't agree with you. I think that it's good enough. I'm sorry. I think that dive kick is fine, even though you go through the hard time with the drive rush. But if they buffed it so that it worked better, I wouldn't be against it. No problems. We dap up. I'm okay with that. 110%. Right? Because at the current time, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It can't work. So this is my point. When you're talking to your friends, I want you to actually engage with their arguments and test their logic. And most people don't like their logic tested. The reason being is because they know that their logic falls apart. Right? I'll give you a really good FGC one, right? I'm sorry, a really good non-FGC argument, right? So earlier in stream, we were talking about the idea of trans men and women are men and women, right? And people will debate this and say, no, they're not men and women. They are trans men and trans women. The women, they're their own category. And I would say, why? Well, because it's in the name. Oh, okay. So you're saying because it says trans in front of man or trans in front of woman, that they cannot be men and women. Yes. Okay. Cool. By that logic, black men are not men. Black women are not women. Well, that's different. There's a word in front, an adjective that describes the noun. So, by your logic, tall women are not women. Black women are not women. Fat men are not men. Well, it's different. It's not. But explain how. Right? Explain how. This is how you debate. Take your stance, you stress test it. And the person who gets their claim tested should concede their stance when they see that it's illogical. Right? I just think if you're born with XY, then it doesn't matter. You're always a man. So you're born a man. No, you're born like a boy. Okay, so you're not always a man. You know what I mean? No. Words mean shit, right? When does a person become a man? At what point? Oh, it's an age thing. Okay, so a girl, when she reaches a certain age, can become a man, right? Well, no, because you can't change the XY. Are all men XY? Yes. Okay, here are some cases where there's women. The women were born with XY. Logic falls apart. Well, I still believe it. Hey, you're illogical, right? This is my point. Debates, that's how it's supposed to go, right? So when it comes to FGC stuff, it's frustrating because people don't argue what your stance is. And they go by what they feel. Even they'll go by what they think they know. But what if you're wrong? Right? And the irony in that is that this person, was it Kayo? I think their name was. Yeah, Kayo, right? Whoever that person is. It's very funny, right? Because let's go over to the punk tier list. Keep in mind, chat, I'm going to put this on stream. And because it's gonna go on stream, YouTube will demonetize the stream. So if I earn anything off of that, I will not earn anything off of it. So consider becoming a member on YouTube so that whenever I do stuff and lose my revenue, I actually can get something on the back end. If you got a Prime, think about me, right? Consider becoming a sub and all that jazz, right? So let's hear what Punk has to say about Sagat.
I would say is man like Sagat. I'm personally going to put Sagat over it's not ordered the whole tier list, but I will order maybe like the top tier, like the S tier, maybe around there. Sagat, in my opinion, I think is the best character in the game. This character, in my opinion, is just so silly, right? The only downside to Sagat is he is pretty slow. Like, you at least have that over him when you fight him. He is very slow, but to make up for all the slowness, he has pretty much the biggest damage in the game from any confirmed you can do.
He has
almost some of the longest range pokes in the game. So even though he got bad,
why can he back up like that? That's crazy.
And walk speed, his pokes are so long that you don't have to walk too far to make them reach, you know. He has probably the best pressure button in the entire game, and his stand medium punch, I would say that's probably the best button to pressure someone in the entire game. You just get free trade combos all the time, just big damage, killing drive gauge, the whole nine. Y'all know the vibes, bro. Like, he just does it all with that stand medium punch, and you know, there's not really much counterplay to it besides maybe
boss is OD, son.
Reversal or trying to perfect period, but those come with big risks, right? Sagat's a big damage character. You do those and they get punished from Sagat, that's about 50 to 60% of your health going, and you don't really have enough of a mistake to make after that. So in my opinion, I feel like this character is just crazy because you don't get to make many mistakes. You mess up one time, you're dead. Even if you don't mess up that bad, he can still kill you because he just has such great things. Like, his drive rush is also very good. He also has a very good version of Jinrai with the Tiger Nexus, which I think is better than Ken's Jinrai because there's no real answer to it. But
what did he just say, chat? That's crazy. What did he what?
Can do Jinrai, you can at least DP. You know, if you have an invincible reversal, you can use your invincible.
What the hell did he just say?
Jinrai, I think, is better than Ken's Jinrai because there's no real answer to it. But Ken,
now I am not here to glaze Punk. I don't give a shit about Punk, right? I think Punk is dope. I respect him, but hot take, corny, right? I don't know the nigga. Like, he's not my friend. He's not, who cares what I think, right? It's not my cup of tea, right? I just fuck with his gameplay, right? I don't glaze anyone but my peers. My peers are the fucking best. I will glaze them all day. Like, if I ever see any of my peers on fucking stream, people that I fucking fuck with, I will glaze them all fucking day. Kiss your homies on the fucking mouth. God damn, it's pride. Jesus Christ. I don't give a shit, right? But like, I don't give a shit about Punk. But interesting that arguably the best player in the world just said there's no real answers to Jinrai. But I'm supposed to believe Kaio? That I should just jab? That's crazy. That's wild. It's almost like I know what the fuck I'm talking about, right? Because I don't rely on a person to tell me how to feel about things. I don't rely on a person to tell me how to view this game and how to view life, to be honest, right? I don't rely on a person to tell me when to fucking move, when not to move, because I understand. I've played this character, right? I have labbed the character. As long as I stay black and my ass is fat, I will never forget the moment where I said, all right, let's check out his buttons, right? Okay, that's +2. Okay, well, can he do it twice? I was like, well, that's kind of OD. I was like, wait a minute, that can't be right. That can't be right. What if I walked backwards, right? Obviously, I can walk out of that, right? Obviously, right? I can't walk backwards. Well, obviously, I don't get anything after that, right? It reaches? I was like, so that's +2. Okay, fine. That's 6 frames? That trades? I'm like, the trade, he probably really doesn't get anything off of that, right? I was like, he converts there? I was like, that's not OD? I was like, that's crazy. So, like, I found that shit out myself. But the reason why I say that shit is because in Kaio's defense, he said, you don't have to respect the Jinrai, right? If you were to do that, there's a gap. But what he didn't say there is, of course, I can always do that. It's a mix-up, right? It's a mix-up. And then I have to guess that. But what's wild about it, I can still block it. That's crazy. Like, it's one thing if, like, some of the cast can trade it, right? Which is good for them. So, like, yeah, I know. I lab shit. I understand stuff. I'm not stupid, right? So, like, some of the cast can do DP. Because some of the casts have light ones that are 5 frames, right? So, for an example, if he doesn't do the follow-up and blocks, it's a punish, right? It still will lose to light. Do you see what I'm saying? So, yeah, I can always do that. Fine, right? I believe someone in the cast actually trades. I forget who it was. Someone trades on a 5 frame. But yeah. So what you're saying to me is that I have to be put in a mix-up, right? And with the mix-up comes the chance that maybe they don't press a button here, right? Maybe they're afraid of this, and they're afraid of empty, because you could do a parry too, right? So, like, the point is, it's that, yes, I understand that there's a gap here, right? I get that there's a big-ass gap here, 110%. But the point is that there's this to get them to not. And I get it. If they block this, then you're good. I get that. But that doesn't change the fact that there's a mix here, and on the back end of the mix is your plus on a +2. And if they press a button there, they trade again. Do you see my... You know what I mean? Yeah. That takes time. That's all I'm saying. And I don't need a person to tell me that's cheap as fuck. Right? No one needs to tell me that this is cheap. That's cheap as fuck. What? Can I cancel this? Yeah, I can cancel that. What the fuck? Yeah, that's insane, right? Where is it? That's insane. What are we talking about? It's wild, right? The idea that there's so much counterplay, the only thing that there was there is that if they did this, then they trade. Right? That's insane. Super wild. It's so insane to me that, like, I'm being told I don't lab. Nigga, I know how to play that character. It's not that serious. So, like, yeah. So my point in saying all of that is that when talking to people online, you have to remember that some people are bots because they're not real accounts, but also some people are bots because, like, as much as they think that they're free thinkers, they're just as much of a bot as what you're being accused of. So it's like, yeah, it's like, I know what the fuck I'm talking about here. You know what I mean? I know that there's a reason to not press a button there. I know that. I also know that on the back end, you're plus. That's all I'm saying. So yeah. Does that make sense? How goes your Sagat adventures, Adi? Going better and better. Just remember, it's your world, yo. They just live in it. So keep that shit in mind, yo. You get to do whatever you want. Fucking Dick fucking drives this car, yo. You're Sagat. You get to fucking play the game you want to play.
What are you waiting for?
So do not think that, oh, I gotta play around them. Like, yeah, you know, you should always try to play around your character, but sometimes you just do shit because you want to, you know what I mean? And they have to deal with it, not you, you know what I mean? Fucking brick, hell yeah. Alright, I might screw up because I moved my parry button, so I need some time to practice it. Oh. It's just drive damage, you know what I mean? Like, you get to do so much drive damage. I gotta play this fucking broke-ass character? Bullshit.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, damn. Oh, wrong button. Fuck. So you work on that. Alright, love it. Oops. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. Off a jab, I don't like that. It's been alright. I just changed some buttons around, so. Nice. Yeah. Oh no, I tried to back up.
Time over. Juri wins. Round 1. Fight.
Damn, forgot. He backs up a lot. I'm not. Nice, 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 nice. Damn. Get that. Take it. Ah, I keep getting caught with that. Yeah, I didn't mean to jump there. I fucked up.
Round 2. Fight.
Didn't get the low forward there. Wallin. Those jumps are gonna kill him. Oh, wrong button, fuck. The hell?
Final round. Fight.
Yeah, I didn't get the drink. Fuck. Ew. Oh, fuck. That's so funny to me. They're weak on throws. Jump back in the corner too. Yeah. Oh, ew. Ah, you got it, you got it, you got it. Bitch. Crazy. No! Oh no, that fuck! I didn't think I was in range. Fuck, that combo would have killed. Oh, he's going crazy. Take my drink. Nice. I like how he uses that. Nice combo. No, what? I didn't mean to do that. I shouldn't have done that.
This is our destiny.
I shouldn't have done that.
My secret art gets got.
I didn't know what to do there. Remind me to look at punish counter hard kicks.
Fight round. Fight.
Jump back, I keep forgetting. I don't have a drink. Ah. Like that.
Jamie.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Okay, let's look at that match. I think when you have good control over the game and the character, like I'm playing a very basic Jamie. So like, you saw how like they panicked a lot. Like they just like lost control.
Round two. Fight.
It was on the hard kick. I was trying to get him to do something there. Bastard. He fucked up there. He should've... It's like, this is what I mean. I get so many like input errors. Yeah, see, like, look at my inputs here. At no point could you tell me I was trying to get a DP. At no point. Like, even if for an example, you tell me forward, down, down, forward, like, it's there. I agree with you. But, like, in between there was a back input. You know what I mean? There was neutral. And when I hit the kick button, I was holding down back. It's like, that's what I mean. It's way too fucking... It's way too, like, lenient. I think if there's a time when, like, you hit a back input, you shouldn't get DP, like, ever. I can't think of a time. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, inputs are fucking sloppy as shit, right? But, like, I drive rush in. All right? I didn't even mean to dash. I guess I did mean to dash, right? But, like, this is just how I move. You know what I mean? I move very, like, erratically, right? It's like here I dashed. There's, like, all these, like, micro buttons. It's fucking annoying. There. So what could I have done here instead? I could have done a lot. I got 2 drinks here, all right? Oh, that's good to know. Actually, I could have like, right? I forget I can do that. That's good to know too. I could do this. That's surprised. Easy enough. I could have just done this. Easy enough, right? Yeah, I'm sure. True. Actually does a lot of damage too. He's just so finicky. Most definitely. That doesn't work? That sucks. Oh, it does work. There's options here. I mean, even just down to like... Probably could do... You know, I could have done this too. Hey. Surprised I can't pick up there. That's surprising. Probably could have done this then. Yeah. Easy enough. But yeah, this is probably the easiest. Actually, I probably could have done... Oh no, huh? That doesn't pick up enough. So then I could delay the drive rush then and do... Yeah, there you go. That sucks about Jamie. That happens so much. That sucks so much. That's so finicky. But yeah, just easily. Something along those lines. Okay. Good. My biggest issue with Jamie is that there's so many like finicky input and juggle situations. Really frustrating. Afro Cole followed me back? Brother, that was like years ago. Fuck, is he back on Twitter or something? What the fuck?
Round one. Fight.
Oop. Jesus. Can't jump there. That sounds fun to become myself on. Damn lucky bitch. Keep up.
Round two. Fight.
Yeah. That's punished. Gonna kill that thing. I'm gonna earn some drive gauge back here. Damn. Nope. Fuck down. No! Damn.
We shall increase the dosage to a fatal degree. Farewell.
I love Aki so much. I'm surprised I don't play her more, honestly.
Aki wins. Round one. Fight.
Love that from me. Love that from me. Damn. No DP. I think I could have killed. Oh, fuck down.
Round two. Fight.
no! No, I should have pressed that. Ah, fuck. Fuck. I think I die.
The dosage. To a fatal degree.
I think either way.
Farewell.
I'm alive? Love you. No! I did Bakai! That sucks. Nice. Love that for me. You mashed? Oh no. Damn. Oh, W. I was mashing. Can't do that, big dog. Can't be lazy.
Jamie wins. Round one. Fight.
Sucks to be you, homie. Damn, I didn't mean to back up there. Yeah.
Round two. Fight.
No, I ate my low forward. That sucks. Ah, I didn't get the... Think.
Time to train.
Jamie wins.
Woo, that was a good round. That was a good sequence at the end. I thought my shoulder is holding up though. I've been trying to work on that combo, but I don't know if that was the right thing to
Here
do.
comes a new challenger. Round one. Fight.
What the fuck? What the hell is going on?
Don't disappoint me. That ain't the plan.
Damn, I didn't see if I had it. Damn. I didn't have drink. Fuck. The hell? No, they can't throw fireballs. Fuck, I'm too far. I'm too far. Damn, that sucks. I think I'm dead here. I probably might be able to hit. Dive kick here. Fine by me. I moved up. Oh, you fucked up. The fuck?
Jamie wins.
I'm all set on that one. I am absolutely all set on that one. I am all set. Appreciate you though. Appreciate the match. Appreciate the match. It was well fought. Appreciate you though. That was a hard fought match. I don't know how I pulled out. Through the grace of God.
Here comes a new challenger.
What are your quality settings? I'm assuming you're talking about the lighting. It's a mod.
Round one. Fight.
Oh fuck! I took a guess. Love that for me. Oh shit! Look, I thought I would have more time. Yeah, it's the mod I would use. There's a mod to change your lighting, which makes the game look a little bit better. I tried to beat it out. You burned too, dog. It's gonna jump at the start again, I think. What the hell? Okay by me. He matched there. I'm too far. No. The hell? I can't take a DI. Gal plays are awful, bro. I swear to God. Fuck me. What? That's crazy. The worst, I swear. They're so horrible. Nah. Bait.
Round 2. Fight.
That sucks. Lucky bitch. I moved my button. Ah, Guile players, man, I swear. No. You jumped in the fuck. That's not, I'm okay with that. Burnt? Fine by me. I think I died here. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Holy shit. That motherfucker is garbage. Holy fuck. It behooves me to understand how Guile players can have a character that's so strong. And they all play like idiots, yo. That's a punish. I'm mashing my super that whole time. What the fuck?
Round 2. Fight.
Fuck the combo. He did it again to it. That's what's crazy about it. Babies first. I got you. Don't fuck up though. Lucky.
Akuma. Round 1. Fight.
Where's my DPs at? Where's my... Thank you. Jesus Christ. Big... Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't do it. Don't do it.
Round 2. Fight.
That was good. That was fast too. I like it. 2 drinks. Damn.
Come on. It's time to train.
I almost fucked that up. I'm still unsure about my combos. Again? Do it every time. I didn't mean to drink. Fuck. Gotta watch out for the DRs. I knew it. I knew it too. Golly, that did damage. Crouching light kick? Why would you use it? Uh-huh. I didn't mean to drink. Fuck. Damn. Come on, dog. Fuck. Yeah. I didn't get that? You're burnt too now, bitch. And I'm in the middle screen. We're good. What? Don't reach, bitch.
Jamie wins.
Why would you not use his crouching light kick? It's mad good. Especially since he's got a 7-frame crouching medium kick. So if you catch a person trying to walk backwards, you can go straight to crouching medium kick. Nice little trap. I have a coaching session tomorrow. I gotta plan that out. Damn.
Round 1. Fight.
That doesn't work? There we go. Oh, fuck. left. Sure. Yeah. W. That's a W. I can't believe that hit me. Nice. Watch this shot. Watch this.
Time to train.
Jamie wins.
That motherfucker got outplayed like a motherfucker. Oh, you left? Pussy. You got outplayed. It happens to the best of us. And the worst of us. That nigga just left and was like, my pussy's falling off. My pussy's falling off. My pussy's falling off. Give me the thick thigh pussy salad.
Round one. Fight.
They're so in love, chat. Oh no!
Round two. Fight.
You want the thick thigh pussy salad? That sucks. Still pressed there? Crazy. Nice. Oh. You're right.
Fight. Round. Fight.
Like that. I hit the wrong button for the parry. Fuck. I move my parry button, I hit it. But, oh. I gotta remember that. So those lights were supposed to be the drive rush. Ah, it's so annoying. Nice. Oh shit. Yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. That sucks. Oh, he mashed. No. Damn. I was buffering. Shit. I got a drink off of that. Just trying to wish punish. Damn. I'm dead. Wait, maybe not. I hit the wrong button again. Hurt him. Okay.
This is our destiny.
What does he do here?
Secret art. Gets got.
He doesn't die here.
This is my time.
No! Damn. Fuck. Obviously, the jump out. Obviously he would jump out, right? It's so obvious in hindsight he would jump out, avoiding the DI. It's so obvious now that I see it. I should have just held my ground.
Now, find a new rival. Round 1. Fight.
Jumped again? fucking I had the timing down too. Oh my days. No. Die. Fuck. I don't understand how people think this character's bad. I don't get it. Nah. I'm okay. Oh no. Out of the corner? I'm still in the corner here. What? It's because it was the heavy, I think. Shit. No DP there, huh? Oh my days, bro. You mashed it? No. No, no super. I watched the jump in. I DP'd. There's no way this character is the worst character in the game. There's no way. Bro, there's no way. I don't understand. How do people think this character is bad? I fucked this up. What? I guess I was late. I'm gonna play one more chat, and then I'm gonna get the fuck up out of here. I've been in this chair for 4.5 hours. I can feel myself starting to fucking slow down.
Here comes a new challenger.
Oh my god, a fucking modern Ingrid? Oh my god. Ew. Yeah. Forgot it's plus there. Fuck. Christ. Oh, yeah.
Round 2. Fight.
How was that? Nice. Oh, modern, I forgot. Oh, come on. Oh, stun, right? One drink.
This is our destiny. My secret art gets got.
We lived?
This is my time.
Fight. Round. Fight.
It's crazy. I'm just gonna hold all those. Keep forgetting to do that. Ah, modern. Oh no. I hate fighting modern. It's so annoying, bro. I can't jump. Oh my god, bro. No, I didn't get throw there? What did I get there? I fucked up big time. I'm burnt. How would you do that?
Round 2. Fight.
Just walk back. What? I was still in range? I tried to back up. I'm dead here. No? Oh, I can defend myself against fireballs. Damn. Where's it? I didn't get it? I think I can abuse their reactions here.
Don't disappoint me.
No, I was still in range. Fuck. Why'd you do that?
Jamie wins.
It's 1-1. Ready up. Appreciate you. I'm gonna whip a hard kick. Fuck! I let go. When they whip that hard kick, I'm gonna get a nice fat drink off of it. Oh my days. Oh my days. I hate fighting modern players, man. No way, really? Really? I didn't get DP? Oh my days. What the fuck, man?
Now experience.
I don't get DP when I want it, and I fucking get DP. Oh, how did I not get DP there? It's so crazy that I can walk forward, hit down back, and get DP. But when I intentionally want to do it, I don't get it. What the fuck happened?
Everything is in.
Brother, how is this not a DP input? How is this not a DP input? What happened though? How is that not a DP input? I'm so confused. It's because I held forward for 5 frames? How is that not a DP input?
Smart choice. Sure thing. Let's dance.
It doesn't matter how long I hold it. How is that not a DP input? It wasn't even that the drive rush caused me to time it wrong. It wasn't even like the drive rush, I timed it wrong. Because I do the input after the drive rush is done. Right? The flash isn't there. How is this not a DP input? I'm so confused. This is the first time I've ever seen an input, and I've been like, yeah, no, I should have gotten that. Every other time, it's like, I see why it would happen. I think I know why. I think I know why. Oh, even still. Even that. I have no idea why I think it's that. Wait, that was closer to what it was like. No. Yeah, no, still. It's so weird. Hmm. That makes sense there. Feels too early. So it wasn't that I did it too early either. Why didn't I get DP there? I can't replicate it.
Round 2. Fight.
Was I too late? What gave me... Wait. Wait, it gave me... Gave me down... Gave me down 2 kick. Oh. I don't think it should have given me that. I don't think it should have given me that. Gave me down 2 kick for some reason. It shouldn't have done that. I got down 2 kick there. There it made sense. I can't replicate that. Does so much damage. Oh. I can't replicate that. That makes sense, yeah. Too early. Fine. It doesn't matter how long I hold it for. It shouldn't have given me that input. Like, people will say it's because of the drive rush, right? That's not the case because I didn't input during the freeze, right? This was the first frame of the input. That's after the freeze. So this is the last frame of my down forward. Forward. Down forward. Kick. There's no reason I should have gotten that. There's no reason I should have gotten 2 kick. That's so weird. It had to have invalidated some input somewhere. So weird. I am gonna chalk that up for to something to look into, because that to me doesn't make sense. Let me grab the replay code. I'm actually going to send this to Hanma. No, it couldn't. Your inputs never get invalidated. The only time in which that could have been is there was some kind of like, if I timed it wrong. And I didn't time it wrong. And one of the things that I really pride myself on is dealing with drive rush freeze, because people always say it eats your inputs. That's the first time that I've ever even seen me going, I don't understand why I didn't get it. I can always explain everything, but like that one, I'm like, I don't get. MTBHAQ7UN. So I don't understand. The issue is that it's not that I didn't do it in time. The issue was that it didn't give me the proper input. You know what I mean? So DP is like, in that case, I did a shortcut. Down, forward, down, and down, forward. That should give me a DP. But it gave me the input for down to kick, which means it had to have not taken the forward input. But there's no reason the forward wouldn't have worked unless I held forward for too long, but that wouldn't be it either. That wouldn't be it either. Because this game holds on to inputs like a motherfucker.
Sure smart choice. Let's dance.
Oh wait, am I doing it backwards? Wait, no, down, forward, forward. Wait. Oh, I did it backwards. That's why. Oh, never mind. What the f? I did DP backwards. Oh, no wonder it didn't come out. That makes absolute sense.
I don't have time to play.
Oh, that's crazy. What the fuck? Why would I do that? That's so funny. It makes sense now. That's so funny. Because the shortcut on hitbox is you hold both down and forward, which gives you down, which gives you down, forward. You let go of the forward and then you press the forward again fast, right? So it looks like this. If you look at the inputs here, it looks like this, right? This is a DP. Okay? But I did it backwards. I did that. Which is why I was like, it had to have invalidated one of the inputs. I just did it backwards. Okay. Why would I do that? That's so funny. I lifted the wrong finger. Ah, shit. That's so fucked up. Yeah, that's so stupid. See, chat? Yo, so many people say this game eats inputs. And I stand by the fact that it does not eat your inputs. Only been 2 things where I have found that it eats inputs. First things first is dry fresh freeze tapping up. And I think they fixed that. Right? So if you do this, for example, they fixed that so that if you jump during the freeze, it gives you jump. Right? Before it wouldn't, right? You would just stand still. Right? That's the first thing. The second thing, and they changed that. The only thing that happens now is that it fucks up the timing. Right? The other thing is Jamie's drink freeze. Jamie's drink freeze actually is like a super freeze and doesn't give you the buffer. Meaning, if Jamie does drink here, you can get your inputs eaten during that. Fair enough. There, right? I tapped up there, right? Got it there. See, I pressed the button there. It didn't work. Boom. Right. And it fucks up. It fucks up the input sometimes. So if I hold the button, it's fine, right? But I did a move there, and it didn't give it to me, right? That's the only thing. But what if I held the button? Would it work? You would have to hold the button. That's stupid. I think they need to change that. All right, chat. I'm gonna call it here. Thanks a lot for coming through. Appreciate y'all. Agent Waves, appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Everyone else who's in chat, I love you all. I will not be here over the weekend. I know it's Evo. I would love to be here, but I gotta spend time with my mom. If I do stream Evo at all, it probably will be from my mom's. And it's gonna be a really jank stream. So, we'll see. Wish me luck this weekend. I gotta get my car inspected, and that's gonna be really tough. Yeah. Discord always open. If you haven't joined the Discord channel, I'm gonna put it up in chat right now. I would love to have you. If you guys are interested in coaching, you guys can always hit me up about that. Good way to support me and get some help from me, as well as trying to help yourself. All right, I love you all. Be well. Take care. I'll see you guys soon. Later.